Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. You know what it's time for? LMU. It's time for Le Mans Ultimates. LMU. It's not R Factor 2. I wonder if anyone's here yet. They're probably not here. I'm just talking to myself as usual. I'm used to it though. I'm used to it. Talking to my pigeon in my fish. Hello, Swininen. Hello, Swininen. Swininen. Hands in the air for Sus Swininen. Welcome to the channel. It's gone. Is that your real name? That should be your doorbell now. That'd be my doorbell if I was called Swininen. Right, we're doing. We got the old, new Le Mans. New update. Oh yeah, I was gonna. There we go. Gonna do a. Wrong button. Okay. Let's see how this works. So they did a little bit of an update. Menu's still laggy. Track that looks like a saggy breast. They're the best. Twitch chat not work? Oh no, not again. It was YouTube chat that stopped working last time. Oh, how do we fix this? Hang on. YouTube, Twitch chat. Let's give it a refresh. Type something on Twitch, see if it works. I can see your chat messages. Maybe you're all on the saggy breast. You never know. Right. See if everything's working. We can find the ultimate GTE car here. This is gonna be good. What's new with the update? The game's now it's game changing. Every update is game changing to everything. There you go, it's working now. I fixed it. I'm a hacker. I fixed the chat room. Tayson in the chat complaining that he can't see his words. He typed a message on the screen, but there was nothing to be seen. His eyes were confronted with the lack of the words to see, and now he is confused and even slightly bemused. Tayson writes messages to see them appear on the TV screen. Tayson writes words for him and everybody else that he wants them to be seen. Tayson's a Buddhist monk transcribing words of wisdom. Jason likes to type away all night and all day. What will he type that's intellectual? Probably nothing, because he's not an intellectual. What will he type that is profound? Probably something about what he's cooked for breakfast. Tayson, lonely Tayson, he wishes his family was part of the Freemasons. Tayson, he likes to cry. the Tayson song, Tayson's word song. Oh, hang on, this is running at 60 FPS now. How has the game got worse? Okay, why are we only getting 50 FPS? I know. There we go. Clicked on the. Oh no, it's still pretty bad. 109. Oh, there we go. Okay. Didn't have the screen clicked. You have to have the screen clicked. Don't touch Trella. Hello. How's it going, guys? Oh, there's some frame rates dipping here. I don't think it likes having lots of AI. Cold tires. Bouncy, bouncy. What? Oh, I thought the AI was driving into the wall then. Woo! How's everyone doing? I definitely think there's some weird speed sensitive steering going on. There's something off with the steering in this game. There is something weird. I don't know what it is, but there is something weird with the steering. It's not in R Factor 2. I just noticed it straight away jumping in. Feels like speed sensitive steering, but I don't have that setting on, so I don't know what it is. There's something, it's just some weird, I'm really not sure what it is, but it's like as you go faster, I don't know. There's something weird. There's something weird. It's subtle but weird. Maybe it's just the force feedback. Laptops with wheels? Those are the best types of computers. Maybe there's a dead zone in the force feedback or something. Hello, Spitfire.
Lap 201.99.
But as you go faster, the force feedback increases, as you'd expect in many ways. Do you think there is something weird? Like, you could just go, "Oh, it's how the game's force feedback is, and it's copy the steering rack or something." But you need. It's like in the centre, like when I got the car straight, but something's still happening. There's like you can't feel the. So it ends up feeling like there's speed sensitive steering because the force feedback's like it's not it's weird. Like I'm sure you could get used to it, but it's definitely weird. I think it is a force feedback. Maybe it's rather than the steering sensitivity. And it gives you the sensation of speed sensitive steering because the force feedback's changing depending on speed. But you have this like huge. It's not actually a dead zone, but there's a large area where you're not really getting any. Well, you're getting some force feedback, don't get me wrong, but it's very light. Yeah, we'll give that a go. What the thing is, that it means that the innate force feedback of the car is getting in the way of the information to drive from, if that makes sense. Like the speeding up and speeding down affecting the strength of force feedback is getting in the way of the dynamics of the vehicle, changing the force feedback for you to then drive from the force feedback. That's what I'd describe it as. So what are you saying? You put the sensitivity to 150. I can still, there's detail there in the force feedback. It's weird because I never got this sensation with R Factor 2. Would you put this on? But which one? Which setting did you change? I had a suspicion as well. It might be interesting. Increasing this number might make it feel more dynamic on a DD wheel. Using the wrong number. Which one? I can't see. Steering torque sensitivity. No, we've already looked at that, Spinelli. So you put this on 150. Why would this go over 100%? Why? Like the percent? But if you can go over 100%, they do this on like, you know, if you have something that was more than the previous year, and they're like, oh, it's 150% growth, and it's like, surely percent doesn't work like that. Like the whole per 100, per 100. No wonder the world's confusing for dyslexics. All we want is simple rules. Yeah, we understand that, Shark. But what you learn with driving sims in video games is that it doesn't matter what stuff's intended for. You do what's best. There's no... It's all fake. It's fake all the way down. This is a big mistake that people make. They go, oh, the developer said this, so it's written here. Oh, this is how it works in real life. It's like, mate, reality doesn't care.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Reality...
Yet another month of IER pain. 77,777,777,777,777,777 greater than 72.
He set steering torque to twice the value of his wheel and then let force feedback strength at 100. Yeah, well, so if you think about it, if the game has like think of it like an audio signal. If a DD wheel is like nice and sensitive, and the game just has an arbitrary value that the developer thought was quite good for how it's scaling 0 to 100 of this forces coming out of the game. Now it could be, if you've got a certain DD wheel or other equipment, sometimes it could be better to run the game at like, it scales it so it's actually going like wrong in some ways, but your wheel's still picking up that signal, and then you can turn the strength of your wheel up to then equalize it back, and so it can actually, the end result can actually be better. So this is also why back in the day, and sometimes with some games, if you've got like it's less so now because the wheels are actually fairly similar in how the electronics and everything works on them, but if you with some games it was better to run the game at high force feedback and the wheel at lower force feedback, or some games it's better to run the game at low force feedback and the wheel at higher force feedback, or some games it's better to run the wheel at higher strength so the motor has more strength, but then run the game at lower force feedback. So so you just have to, you know. Spinelli, if force feedback is purely from physics and the curbs are true physically modelled, how can there be curb force feedback settings? Because they also have a curb effect as well, but you can add that in. So if you turn that off, it will still affect the steering rack. But they have they've got the original R Factor 2 setting where it will pull the car as well. So that those are effectively canned effects onto the force feedback signal, but you can just turn them off. Same as in AC1, the road. Well, so there's the canned effects, but then there's also the game can also amplify various effects. So the road texture effect in AC, for example, is just magnifying one thing that's coming from physics, or taking that thing from physics and putting it into the force feedback. That's not a canned effect. And with a DD wheel, you don't really need it, obviously. So, yeah, why would you remove curb effects and stuff? It's good for low-end wheels. Does force feedback in R Factor 2 completely change for anyone when using release candidate version? I'm using whatever the latest version thing is now. Josh, was it you who once said that they use arbitrary values when making AMS1? No, no, but I've said before with various games, if the values are arbitrary, right? If you're painting a picture, sometimes if you were trying to convey a certain feel of image and you wanted to make the blacks look blacker or the sky look brighter or something stand out, you might, rather than going, oh, okay, in the manual, which type of paint is scientifically supposedly the best thing or whatever, you might just mix a bunch of paint together, right? And go, oh, that actually works. That actually achieves the end result. Because there's so many variables. You could probably scientifically break it down and then arithmetically work it out, but maybe with large language models and new AI that's possible. But like, the point is, developers probably generally want to use fixed values, the data they've got, and build around that framework because then everyone's on the same page. But it's art. Nobody knows all the variables, and a lot of the time, sometimes just doing some random shit ends up being better. I mean, look at me. My whole life is just doing random shit. It's working all right. Van Drake with a donation. Sorry, my donation alert's so slow to come on the screen. She's hard working. Handsome. Well, I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Pace car is out of control.
See, you like LMU? Well, I hate all driving simulators equally because they've ruined my life. I literally have physical damage from playing driving simulators. Stephen Mills, AC fan, but best force. Yeah, it does have the most useful force feedback, I'd say. Oh, hello. What's he driving into me for? No, it's not my hand. It's the it's basically driver's elbow, golfer's elbow. We need to drive this on a totally flat bit of track so the bumps aren't affecting things. Yeah, well, so you have tennis elbow, which is normally on the inside of the elbow, golfer's elbow, which is normally on the outside, and driver's elbow, which is the same as like golfer's elbow. It's just what happens is you have the ligaments and the muscle attachments all attach here to the elbow, and then if you overuse or do repetitive actions with your hand, and it might even be repetitive squeeze, I don't know. If you overuse it, you get micro tears on the ligaments and the muscle where it attaches to the elbow, and then it takes a long time to heal. Now, so what some people do is they put like a thing on, like a circular thing to like clamp the muscle down. But the problem with doing that, I'm not a doctor by the way, this is medical advice. The problem with doing that is it means that you keep doing the action that actually causes the problem. So as soon as you take it off, you probably get the problem again, and you're also just putting wear somewhere else in the muscle. So if you wear a wrist brace, and what it ends up doing is it stops you flexing your hand as much or squeezing as hard. Well, for me, it stops me squeezing my wheel as much. So it gives stops you doing the action as much that causes the issue on the muscles. So yeah, if you've got golfers or tennis elbow, often wearing a wrist brace is a better solution than wearing I don't know what they're called, but you know what I mean, those little circular things. Depends what you're doing though. I can see scenarios where both could work. You know, you need to speak to a physio and a doctor. I've only ever seen Kirith in one room. His wrist. I feel sorry for women. Like, do you know how much harder it is for women? I mean, guys, you would know how much it like. Do you know what I mean? We're keeping this PG, but like, I'm sorry. One requires a lot more effort than the other. Let's be honest. guys, no. Bloody hell. Why is it so hard? It's a workout. Put ice and warm up. No, it's not that simple. You just have to not use it. Right. Let's do... Oh, yes. Spa we were going to do. We just need to do a test. Nothing else on the track. How do you do, like, a little test, an offline test? Or is it just, does it just stick it into this? Can we not do, like, just test? Does it have to be a race weekend? Oh, I guess it has to be a race weekend. Maybe we just choose the setting. So they'll do... Monza's probably better, actually, for testing. It's flat. It's not actually the smoothest of tracks, but it's pretty flat, so... event settings, here we go. There we go, to do practice. We're just going into that. I'll just turn these off. There we go. Yeah, Tez in attendance. PG tips. No, Kirith, you want to be having bloody you want to be having Yorkshire tea. Why are you so like you need to find a good eatery and find some Yorkshire tea. Thai food's probably alright. Hello, Davy Jones. The loading times for this game lets you contemplate your life choices, which is nice. I don't think there is any alcoholic tea drinks because tea's not strong enough. I mean, I guess kombucha. You could make an alcoholic kombucha, but kombucha's not really tea, is it? It's more of a brewed, yeasty type thing. I bet you there's some like alcohol bubble tea. It'll be disgusting. I think it loads faster once you've loaded once or twice before. Like it caches the shaders, I imagine. Right. We're trying to work out what's going on with the force feedback that's giving me the impression of speed sensitive steering. And I think it might be the force feedback rather than the actual steering. So whatever they've done with the force feedback in this, I don't get this sensation in R Factor 2. So like, the problem is different developers have different philosophies on force feedback, and even ones saying that they do the same thing. They were like, oh, we do all the forces from the steering rack. And you're like, okay, but what forces are acting on the steering rack? So some might have like, you know, as you go faster, the wheels build up gyroscopic resistance. Some sims don't simulate that in terms of how it goes through the steering. Some cars have power steering, which can then arbitrarily change the force feedback. Some sims do and don't simulate that to different ways. Then some sims just have shit force feedback, or the physics aren't as good. so the sensation I'm getting in this is one of speed sensitive steering. So it's like, as we go faster, it's like the steering gets less sensitive, or the force feedback gets less sensitive, but it's also more sensitive because you've got downforce, and there's more, you know, you've got, it's harder to turn. There's more resistance on the tyres. Okay, I think setting this setting to 150 is now causing force feedback, like overshoot of the force feedback. So when the back's coming out and the car's snapping the other way, the force feedback's going. So you probably don't want to use that setting. Yeah, there is something weird. I know a lot of people probably wouldn't notice, but like there's like a weird disconnection to the vehicle from the force feedback. Like the forces are not relating to what the car's doing, or you know. You also have this movement right in the centre before you basically pushing on the tyre. It feels like before the tyre's moving, as if it's a simulation of tyre flex before it moves. So as you're in a corner, it's fine because you're loaded on the tyre, but when you're in the straight, Well, in a real car, you do have a tiny bit of play in the steering rack. And you do, as I say, there can be a bit of a... But the thing is, in a real car, you feel G-forces, so everything feels connected, regardless. And in a plane, like the plane I flew a Cessna a few years back, and the yoke was absolutely terrible. The feeling on the yoke was so bad, like it was so horrendous. The damping, the mushiness, it was awful. It was so bad. It was like a broken Satec flight yoke, but it didn't matter because you feel the G-forces straight away. It was like the worst. It was honestly like the worst input on anything I've ever used. Like worse than like games, worse than like any vehicle I've ever driven, or like it was terrible. It was so bad. It was hilarious. It was perfectly flyable though, because you just ignore you ignore a lot of what the yoke was feeling like, and you were fly by the load and the horizon, and you know, and then you could actually feel out, like you could do like tiny little millimeter adjustments on the yoke preemptively in accordance with how the wind was moving the aircraft and turbulence to like negate the turbulence to make flight smoother. It was really satisfying actually. Yeah, so doing this setting has caused what feels to me like I don't know what the correct word is, but I would describe it as like overshoot of the force feedback, putting this to 150. So like the wheel, when it wants to correct, it's then almost like it's overcorrecting. So I don't think that, and it's not actually solved the issue anyway. So I don't think that's a good idea, putting that to 150. It's worth trying though. It makes sense that you wouldn't want it over 100. And what it's done is what you'd expect it to do. So, yeah.
The pace car is out of control.
Not the thing to do. Oops, wrong button. It'd be nice if these buttons actually... I did right click. I know it does like 5 when you right click. Right. This dead zone in the force feedback here, there is basically no force feedback for this area. If you can see a car physically moving, in reality, you'd be going like this. I mean, I've done it in a real car. You'd be going like this. So to feel nothing on the wheel, like obviously the car's moving left and right, so it's not the steering. I think it is the force feedback.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Yoko, thank you. So thing is, if you put like a dead zone in, it'll put like a lump into it. If you put minimum steering torque, because that's not the issue. It's not. Well, okay, let's just put it in and see how it works in this game. Normally, this is for like G25s, and this doesn't actually right. I think developers put this in due to people asking for something they didn't understand. Because I have not found a single example where minimum steering torque has actually made a G25 or a T300 behave better. Like, so the G25 has a built-in dead zone in the center because it uses 2 motors, and they didn't want it to like chatter and vibrate if you're holding the wheel close to the center. So Logitech built in a firmware like dead zone where it fades, the force feedback fades off into the center to stop the two motors fighting against each other. Right. That is on the electronic side of the wheel. So if you put a minimum force, it's still not going to negate that dead zone. Then you could go, well, you know, the minimum force settings actually for like the motors in a T300 or some low-end wheels where they need X amount of force from the game to start actuating the motor, otherwise they've got nothing there. I can't think of a wheel where that's the case. Like, I've never used a wheel where you can't change the wheel settings. So, and this minimum torque thing only came about in driving games when people were complaining about the Logitech G25. So I think developers were like, oh, let's do that. This is round about R Factor 1 time, to like midway towards the end of R Factor 1. We'll see what it does in this. It's actually, I don't know. I had to change steering ratio in the car. You just go to the car settings. Some cars don't allow you to change steering ratio. If you go to the garage, setup, and then it should be in advanced setup. It'll be in like, is it chassis and aero? Wheel lock range here. It's in chassis and aero. Oh yeah, and when I was messing around before, actually, the wheel rotation setting in the game didn't seem to. Oh, it's steering ratio. Well, I don't. Sometimes the games use wheel range to also equate to the steering ratio. So the lower wheel range. It's not that you're running a lower wheel range, so you just can't turn the wheel more. It's that the lock has changed, so that when you turn it this amount, you're getting to the bump stop faster, because I assume the cog that's on the steering shaft is changed, so you're getting to the extents of the steering faster. So that I don't know, it depends how the developers programmed it, or the specific different race cars and different systems use different ways of doing it. So how do I get back to the oh, I've got to click on the right. Well, this dead zone, this doesn't seem to be working as you'd expect it to, the minimum steering torque setting. Like, with a DD wheel, you really don't need to use minimum steering torque, but regardless, it doesn't seem to be doing what you'd expect it to do. Oh, it is, yeah. So what you find when you set it on a DD wheel, you end up with like a weird like gap in the force feedback. Yeah, he's doing what you'd expect it to do with a DD wheel. I don't know what this steering resistance coefficient and what this relates to. I don't know why developers use different words from game to game. It's like they're just trolling. It's like they're just taking the piss out of us. It's like EA are the worst for this. Every single game, they're like, right, well, we'll put 5 force feedback values in there, but we'll call them weird shit. I mean, I'd imagine this is a damper, just a damper. Let's see, it's probably just a damper, but they've used longer words to just to. I get you have like the amount that it happens, so maybe it's a dynamic damper, the amount that it happens, to what extent, and then this is how much that is then applied as another filter of the damper. So if we put both these to 100, it should be a maximum damper. Yeah, it's just added a basic. I don't know. So I don't know to what extent is it dynamic. Like, is it as you go faster? Is it just for when you're parked? Like, normally you don't want any of that. Yeah, this... We need to get rid of this dead zone in the centre. It's not really a dead zone, but like lack of force feedback in the centre. Because it basically makes you feel unconnected to the vehicle when it moves. Disconnected. Right, we don't need that. Just add damper. Collision strength probably turned down because you don't want cars driving into you, pulling the wheel out of your hand. In fact, this is probably the jolt force magnifier, so we can turn that off entirely. So in R Factor 1, and I think in R Factor 2, there's a setting in the ini file called jolt force magnifier, and when there's a sudden bump on the car, i.e. someone drives into you or you crash, there's a jolt that's sent through the force feedback, which on a DD wheel is horrendous. I don't know if it is that, but I'd have a guess that that's what it's going into. I think it is mostly copied from R Factor 2. It's very similar feeling in many ways. I don't know why it feels like there's a larger dead zone though. Right, what's this steering bump stop degrees? What does that mean? Like, I know what a bump stop is, but like, what does this mean? Right, so it's completely arbitrary with no description. So you're like, well, what do they intend by that? Is that how many the bump stop exists within 60 degrees or 60 degrees before the bump stop that absorbs the maybe that's what it is. Rather than it being a solid bump, like the bump stop being within like 2 degrees, maybe it's like increases the range of the bump stop, therefore makes it more springy. Well, let's find out. So it's on 60 at the moment. Right, let's try changing it. Oh, 30 is the minimum we can put it on, fine. Okay, yeah. unless I'm imagining things, I think it makes the bump stop less aggressive. I think. So really, oh, I don't know. It'd be easier to tell on a high strength DD wheel. I imagine that's what it's doing. Yeah, I think it makes the bump stop more or less aggressive. I think. If I had a really high end, if I had like a much stronger DD, I'm not even running this on full strength. That would make that more clear. So really, they should just call this bump stop aggression. Would probably be more clear, or like steering bump stop degrees does not communicate anything, does it? Really, just anyway. It doesn't really matter. I don't think people will change it. Let's try.
His car is out of control.
Right, let's try running this lower. See if what effect that has.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
best.
fun. One of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah, but it's Andy Long, doesn't it scale the force feedback in accordance to that number? So if you put that on 1, then the force feedback that's coming out of the game is, from the perspective of your wheel, compacted or more compact, more spiky. If you put that on a higher setting, the force feedback is less spiky, if that makes sense. So yeah. So if you, we were saying this earlier, sometimes, so if we put it on 1, basically you'll get to a point where the force feedback is just, it'll have compacted it to the extent where you're just going to lose dynamic range from it. I don't know how the game interacts with the drivers from the. No, it's not about strength. It's about. It's how sharp the signal is from the game to the wheel. Yeah, so 1 has made it more effectively made the force feedback more snappy, but at the expense of dynamic range. Yeah. So the thing will be is if your wheel can only output X amount of Newton meters, well, there's reason. So the thing. So again, so you know, the developer intention could be, well, you know, a wheel should be 12. If it's 12 Newton meter wheel, you put 12 on that value, and therefore the force feedback will line up with the torque value that's expected for the car, for the specific car in the game, and then the other settings of your wheel. But then in terms of actually maximalising the detail that you can feel from the vehicle and how it pertains to actually driving it, then the wrong settings are often going to be better. Again, it's ultimately it's all arbitrary. Yeah. Also, with lower end, so, but you could go, well, you know, a G25 has, I think it's 2.3 or 2.3 Newton meters. It might be less than that actually. It might be what, 1.7 Newton meters. And you go, well, so I'll put the value at 1.7. But actually, it could be better for a G25 to be selective in terms of what force feedback you're actually feeling with that wheel, or even so with the G25, because it has so low dynamic range. For a lot of people, it could just be better to have really abrupt, over-the-top self-aligning, because that's all you can really hope to get from that wheel in terms of making it so you don't crash, right? So that will actually produce a more realistic or more utilitarian end result in the force feedback. This is like, so like the enhanced understeer effect in Assetto Corsa, for example, is over the top and a bit ridiculous. But with the G25, where you can't feel anything, having the wheel go light for understeer can be really good for new drivers to understand the concept of understeer, which isn't immediately intuitive. In a real car, understeer is really, really obvious. It's like, oh, whoa. Do you know what I mean? Like, in a real car, these things are like the most obvious things. And in a simulator, they're the least obvious things. Well, no, so it doesn't need to. So there's a difference between a wheel rotating to correct. So a wheel needs to be able to do like 200 RPM to be able to always stay in line with most vehicles. But the point is, with the G25, you're not having the wheel self-correct the car. You're using the variation in the force feedback, and you're like, oh, the motor has got light, or it's started to pull the other way, and so you correct it. So the wheel doesn't have to correct itself. Like a G25 isn't strong enough to self-align fast enough with like LMP2 cars, radicals and stuff. A G25 will self-align for within like this amount of degrees for like slower cars, but yeah. So, but you use the wheel to tell you what's happening, and then you do the correction yourself. Which, ironically, if you've had to drive with a G25, and you've got really good at driving with a G25, you internalize all the forces that a car does and the corrections that would normally happen from the car itself. So you are actually develop a skill that real drivers would never bother developing, or people that just gone into sim racing with the DD wheel. You wouldn't bother developing that skill because the wheel corrects itself, self-aligns pretty much in line with the oversteer. So, so you could actually argue that the limitations of a G25 might make people a much better racer. You honestly, you have to have like better than Michael Schumacher skills to drive some cars with a G25. And T300 as well, you have to self-correct. It's only once you get to about 8 Newton meters or so that the wheel, well, it's not really the strength, it's about 200 RPM. It's probably less than that, but there's a certain RPM where basically the wheel will self-align in line with the simulator. Well, no, so actual lap time pace is not really about wheel inputs in simulators. Raw lap time pace is just due to repetition, and mostly from trail braking. But yeah, well, you probably are Michael Schumacher as well. yeah, so one of the issues of yeah, I mean, I just nothing is getting rid of that dead zone. No, but the force. So in R Factor 2, there was an issue where sometimes force feedback would suddenly go crazy. Do they not? Okay, you've got force feedback smoothing. So R Factor 2 and this, with no force feedback smoothing, you can feel like what feels like the stepping of the force feedback. And R Factor 2 is particularly bad for this, that you have to put quite a bit of smoothing on it to get rid of that stepping, but then you lose like finer details. So this is the thing, right? There's a meme that R Factor 2 has the best force feedback, but it's a load of shit. Like, AC absolutely destroys R Factor 2 force feedback. R Factor 2 and LMU have, like, aggressive force feedback. Track texture's good. Tyre carcass vibrations and movements are good. And the suspension compressing under braking tugs on the wheel aggressively. People then think that's good force feedback, but they're idiots. It's not. It's immersive. It's not. The self-aligning for the rear is normally alright on this as well, and R Factor 2. But that's not good force feedback to be able to understand what the car's doing. I don't know why people are so dumb when it comes to force feedback. But can you not just play AC for like an hour with correct force feedback settings, and there is no physical way with a DD wheel that you can't play AC1 and you might go, oh, it feels unrealistic, fine. But you can feel what the car's doing, and you can't feel what the car's, in real life you feel that through your body. And so you can't argue that it's not giving you information to drive from that's really useful. And I don't know how on earth would that ever be bad. This does have nice, as you go faster, the force feedback gets stronger, which makes you feel like you've got more G load. Don't get me wrong, this is a lot better than ACC, but people will argue that ACC is fine. Like, I just don't know what is wrong with people. There is no conceivable way anybody with a functioning hands and brain could play AC1 with a wheel set up correctly and then go, yeah, no, there's like, it's objectively, factually got more detail than other simulators in terms of what's pertinent to drive from. You might not like the physics, that's fine, or whatever. You might think it's too easy to drive or a bit canned or whatever, fine. But separate to that, the force feedback, it actually blew my mind. I was doing some GT4 cars in real life at Silverstone, and when I drove that, the Aerial Atom I drove, and some other cars, it's actually insane because people go, well, AC's unrealistic, and it's like, well, actually, no, it actually lined up to real life. But crazily, absolutely crazily lined up to real life. So even the argument that it's unrealistic, I don't think really holds any water. This car does not like low speed corners. Yeah, no, yeah, you can feel the difference. Precisely. You need force feed. I would say AC could even be better than it is, because when you've got G25 T300, so AC Netcar Pro has more simplistic force feedback than AC. So if you go and play Netcar Pro and compare it to AC1, it actually feels better on lower end wheels. And AC did it about a year or two after AC came out. They updated the suspension and changed some stuff with the game. which actually made the force feedback less detailed, which doesn't matter with a DD wheel because they've got enough dynamic range. But with lower end wheels, it really affected them negatively. Yeah, ACC has no dynamic range for the limit. Basically, you've got grip, you have like really strong resistance, and then the force feedback dips as soon as you go over the limit, and there is no range to that. Also, in ACC, let's say you're doing a right-handed corner, you can test this if people that don't believe me. Barcelona, the uphill right-handers, you can turn and you can go on and off the throttle like that, right? And the car will be going like the front will be washing out. There'll be no change in the force feedback because the suspension is already loaded up on the left. You're turning right, so the suspension's loaded up on the left. So there's no variation then in the force feedback because the variation people are feeling is from the suspension compression. But what that means is, if you're doing like a poo-on or a continued corner, you can't feel through the force feedback how much throttle to put on before the car starts to wash out to know how much throttle to put on to then not overuse the tyres by using the force feedback, which then means you have to have just rote memorised what you can and can't do. And then people go, well, just drive by the visuals. But the point is, if you're driving by the visuals, you've already started to slide, so you're already putting wear on it. And then if the track's wet or different temperature, well, you can't have pre-memorized it, can you? Unless you've done those different temperatures, different, you know. So, and in a real car, you can feel where the tyres are at from the G-load. As the tyres start to go out, the G-load on you decreases, because your car's starting to slip more, and then you have a memory of the entire range of the G-loading that you expect from the vehicle. And it's such a fundamental part of driving. Most sim racers don't get it, though. They don't know, because they've broken sim racing down into like a rote memorization process, and only really AC. Talking to myself as usual. I'm talking to my fish. Only really AC, and well, that's it. AC1 basically does it. Yeah, but this sort of force feedback dead zone this feels like a G25 but on a DD wheel, where it's got like a dead zone in the centre to the force feedback. There's got to be a way of removing that. Like they've managed to make it so that your £1,000 DD wheel operates like a G25 in the centre. There must be something. I mean, yeah. There's I don't know what we can do. Yeah, I know, and you'll notice it more and more the tighter the car is. So, because they're more immediate and they're more pointy. So you'll notice it less with the GTE cars, and you'll notice it more with the LMDH cars. The only way I could think you could get around it is if you you could run your wheel at a different wheel rotation to the game. which will then compress that dead zone area into a smaller space. But then that's making the wheel will then be out of sync with the simulator. So you'll get overshoot if you get oversteer. If you're running high force feedback that you can't resist yourself. So iRacing doesn't have this issue. Race Room doesn't have this issue. AC doesn't have this issue. I don't think R Factor 2 does. I don't know why there's a... I think it is a force feedback dead zone in the centre. That's the conclusion I'm coming to. There's still force feedback coming through there, but it's like... Just put an arbitrary number in there. Yeah, it's with all the cars. Hang on, that might have fixed it. Setting that to 100 might have fixed it. I know it's still there. It's just scaled it wider. No, it's still there. It's just because putting that on 100 makes it more subtle because the edges of that dead zone are less defined. Oh, do they know about it? Okay. So we've got a developer in chat that can confirm that they know it's an issue. And then I'll stop going on about it. Oh, you did? Well, you could have bloody said. So what is it? Is it to do with the force feedback in the centre? Oh, is it a physics issue and you can't say publicly because then people will be stupid? Well, I was too busy ranting. You need to. What did you say 30 minutes ago? It's hard to drive and talk at the same time. I'm mentally slow. Also, that's 30 minutes of people watching my adverts, so... Press the I key. Well, what? No, that just refreshes the input. Controlled by AI. Oh, no, that's AI control. What's the button that... What's the button that resets input? No, it's not tyre scrub. It's not that Andy Long. That's not the issue. Because I'm not talking about a vibration. So no, that's not the problem. It's all the force feedback is missing in the centre. So no, that isn't the problem. You can feel the track texture even in the centre. There's initial friction. Okay, I get you. Yeah. So what is that from the physics or? But weirdly, so are bumps handled separately because in the centre. In the centre, you can still feel the track bumps are still coming through the force feedback totally normally, and also with the wheel centered, the suspension and the self-aligning is also working. So when I brake here, that's tugging the wheel to the. We got the brake bias too far back. Wheel's totally centered. I'm braking. That self-aligning is operating, so it's the initial And I think as you go faster, it becomes less of an issue. Let's see. Surely there's just a single number that will sort it out. Free thing. Oh, that's always that's the fun part of games development. Well, so for now, the you have to be quite careful with your brake input. Yeah. I'm not that careful. No. Does it? Can you confirm, Andy, if the steering lock setting? Here you go, Andy. And it's the weekend, and he's working now. So the steering lock, the wheel range, is this changing the steering lock, or is this just setting a point, a cut-off point? So if I decrease this, is this making the steering faster? Because it says it should be in the description, but when I did this last time, it didn't actually work properly. Jay Hall, most of the companies, so the reality of games development is the developers pretty much know anything that any idiot YouTuber would say. The reality of games development is there's not enough time. There's something more important that needs to be sorted that's breaking the game outright. Or it's a really complicated fix for what seems like a simple solution. There was some really moronic comments on YouTube about LMU, and just on comments that I've seen under videos, where people are like, why didn't they fix these simple things from R Factor 2? And it's like, hang on, maybe the person that can program, and maybe people that have been working in game development for 10 plus years, maybe it's not a simple thing. maybe, quite possibly, I don't know, but quite possibly, if it was a simple thing, they would have fixed it. Like, I understand the confusion, because you do have developers doing absolutely stupid stuff, like EA has done with the Battlefield series, or like what Microsoft have done with Forza. But to be honest, most of the stuff that Microsoft's done with Forza is due to their staffing and the lack of keeping on the same staff, and the lack of like defined design, even though they've got the same guy in charge. But you know, just remove the bad code, yeah. Also, the assumption that people make that like stuff has been programmed and commented in a way that's like easy to fix. Like, but I think a lot of people don't realise that if you were to compare like many games to like a house, you'd be like, oh, okay, I want to open the front door to this house. Well, actually, you can't open the front door because the front door handle is linked to the garden gate handle, because they're both handles, and the garden gate handle is actually a latch. So even though the front door handle visually looks like a normal handle, it actually works like a latch. So you need to pull it up, because that's how the back gate works. And the reason it works like that is because we just now haven't had time to do another different type of handle. So, okay, so then you lift up the front door handle, and then you're like, right, I want to wipe my feet on the mat because my shoes are dirty. Actually, the mat won't clean your shoes, because the mat is just a brown texture that's actually the same as the normal floor, the wood floor in front of you. We haven't had time to actually link textures to properties of surfaces yet. So yeah, you can wipe your feet on the floor, but it'll be exactly the same as the wooden floor, and so it's kind of pointless. Also, you're going to leave as much dirt everywhere anyway, so don't worry about it. And then you're like, oh, I need to use the bathroom that's upstairs. So they walk up to the stairs and they put one foot on the stair, and then they start going down instead of up. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, it's in this property, the upward stair is actually the downward stair. And you might think that that's wrong, but actually, when we started developing this game, in order to make sure that all the objects don't just float into the ceiling, we had to actually invert the gravity setting. That's because this house, when it was built at a time where unified physics hadn't been done properly yet. So yeah, you need to actually walk down to go up. It's like that's game development, guys. There you go.
The pace car is out of control. The pace car is out of control.
Oh, thanks for. Oh, my game's crashed. Oh no. This game's less stable than women I've dated. Congratulations, LMU. I don't know why it crashed there. That was a weird place for it to crash. Yeah, well, that's the number. From a development perspective, most people don't realise it. Game crashing is pretty much always the number one priority. Anything that stops the game outright. It's Andy Long's fault, though, by the way, guys. Can we all, blame Andy Long in chat, please? If you've got any complaints about LMU or life or anything, remember to message Andy Long. He needs to feel bad. Shame. He needs to feel terrible. Oh, yeah, I was going to try this... making the steering more sensitive as a way to get around this. Already do. Right, if you're at the maximum of feeling terrible, so you can't actually feel any more terrible. Perfect. I think David Jones, I think you can bind it. I think there's a pitch option maybe. Or if there isn't, there should be. Yeah, I write a letter to Member of Parliament about how Andy Long ruined sim racing. Your bug killed the Le Mans 2.5 special. You're actually doing him a favour. As I say, I literally have muscular damage from sim racing, so the game not working. Why don't you make it as bad as Gran Turismo? Then I won't play it at all. Although there's a scale, it can be like Gran Turismo bad, but then when it gets to iRacing bad, it starts becoming entertaining again. 671 people. Just think of the combined despair that you managed to inflict on 670 people. That's like a small concert of annoyed people. That's efficient trolling. That's really good, actually. Name another scenario where you can really annoy 600 people in one go. I guess you could be a ticket. You could be a ticket warden, but they don't do it in one go, do they? Oh, you could be like the Dartford crossing camera. That annoys thousands of people every day. Oh, Tory politician. You can ignore the entire population of the UK. Sorry, I forgot about the most obvious one. You could be a Tory. Millions of people. Millions of people's lives, not just annoyed, but absolutely ruined. Genius. So you have to hand it to them. I'm the Tory politician of sim racing. Yeah, right. So this, I think this is back to front. The steering lock is back to front, I think, this setting. I think I'm right in this. So 270 degrees. That should be, so 13 degrees, 336 wheel range should be less sensitive. This should be more sensitive. If you had 240 degrees of lock, you would need more sensitive steering to make up for the lower lock. I don't know if one of these is the ratio. This is 9.3. Is it a ratio or is it a... So this is more sensitive. But then wouldn't you expect this to be... Is this a ratio? 13 to 1, 12 to... So then that's more sensitive. That should be more sensitive, right? 10 to 1. Or is it 300? I don't know. No, because this is making it less sensitive, but I would have thought that should make it more sensitive. So if I don't know if this is meant to be a ratio, but then you think, well, 13 to 1, 12 to 1, 10 to 1, 0.3 to 1. Which would also make sense, as I say, if you can only move your steering this much in the cockpit, well, you're going to need the car to respond faster because you still need to be able to make the corner. No, I've just said, Hacks, like this is less sensitive in the game, and this is more sensitive in the game. But I think it should be the other way around. I think. So I think this is like back to front, is what I'm saying. So we can't use the in-game steering lock to get over that dead zone in the force feedback. Basically. So the other option is you can run your steering wheel. Oh, maybe mode flaps. I'll have a look. So this really upsets sim racers, but running incorrect steering range. This really winds up sim racers, but it's actually, the problem is the force feedback can be out of sync with what's going on with your wheel, especially if you're running quite extreme settings. But if you're running lower force feedback or the sim happens to just drive better, I don't see why it would really matter. Hang on, I think we can also make the car more sensitive there. Yeah, no, Jan, do you not think that we've been going through loads of settings and have like been trying different stuff, and therefore stuff might be on and off? It's weird that R Factor 2 also has the visual steering wheel this is R factor 2, R factor 1. The visual steering wheel is separate to the in-car. So you can actually change this. This will change the steering sensitivity of the vehicle. No, because they're two separate settings, Jan. What do you mean it won't update as you change it in the setup? What are you talking about? There's another video that was to do with fuel settings. So yeah, this goes lower than the steering lock settings that you've got in the vehicle, but the vehicle steering locks still change even separate to this. Even if you apply this, even with this off, the steering lock with the car still changes the steering sensitivity even with this value. So they're still interacting. Even with it on, you'd be like, oh, maybe it's just using the actual car value directly. But with it off, it's still using the car value, and it's then putting it into this value as well. So you're getting like 3 separate things happening. That is a problem in Race Room, R Factor 1 and R Factor 2. Oh, but there you go. You can use this to make the steering super duper sensitive. And the wheel rotation lines up. No, I didn't say it doesn't do anything. What are you talking about? What I said was it does the opposite to what you'd expect it to do. So I specifically said if you reduce that setting in the car setup, it makes the steering less sensitive. If you increase it, it makes the steering more sensitive, which I could be wrong on this, but I believe that's the opposite way around to how it should actually work. So I don't know what you're talking about. Not triggered, it's just people... No, you've misunderstood what's being said. The only time in terms of something not applying something, is when you go from session to session and the fuel isn't applied, if that makes sense. We've got this sensitivity on so high. So yeah, the advantage of setting the sensitivity really high is it does push, it compresses the force feedback and input dead zone in the center. Thanks, Andy. Well, I could be wrong, you know. As a reminder, I am severely dyslexic. So what I tend to do, and I'm well aware that I do this, I get stuff back to front often. And so very clear, the way I've dealt with this is that I say to people, oh, it might be this way. It might be this way or the other way. I can identify that something's inconsistent or incongruent or logically doesn't seem to make sense, but my brain will mix up the degree to if it's because it's one way or the other way. It like mixes up the words used to describe that, or you know how I convey that. So as long as you make people that, this is what I've learned with being quite dyslexic, as long as you say to people, this is what I tend to do, then you've warned them, so you don't waste their time with them trying to you don't waste their time with them thinking that it's one thing one way rather than the other way. So maybe okay. So maybe it is that setup. Let's have a look. So in R Factor 2, where is it? In R Factor 2, there was also the bug the I can't remember what it was. Something to do with there was a separate bug in it's in R Factor 1 race room. It's a G motor thing that goes back for years. Right, let's just. Well, the other thing is that in the past you had to refresh the steering for this to work as well, but I don't think that exists anymore. I think that was fixed like a year ago in R Factor 2. It's not that much, but well, there's been an update. I'm running VSync, but also it might look smoother on the. Well, it's running smooth. It's just delayed. Right, is that more or less sensitive? You're using a Camus C5. I've not used a Camus C5 properly, so I can't really. Oh well, I tell you another bug with this steering rotation thing that was really stupid. Fanatec, Logitech, and Thrustmaster. All three of those wheels, and the OSW, four separate wheels, operated in different ways in terms of if this, with R Factor 1 G motor based games, if that auto thing worked or not. So I think it's in, what's it called? Auto, it's just automatically link the car with the wheel rotation. For some reason, some of the wheels wouldn't link up automatically because of the firmware on the wheels. It's so stupid. There's so many. Right, imagine if you just come to sim racing and you're like, I want to build a nice driving a realistic car. And there's so much like bollocks. There's so much bollocks. You know, just get a gamepad and play Gran Turismo. Right. So, this should make it more sensitive. It felt really it felt different. Right. We put it to 270, then we turned that setting off, and then we linked it back to the car, and it felt more sensitive, unless I'm going mental, than it did before. It's quite possible I'm going mental. So that's on 240. So this should basically be the equivalent of fixing it on 240. No, see what's happened now is the steering, the lock is capped, but the sensitivity of the car's gone down. So yeah, visually it's hitting the bump stop sooner, but the sensitivity of the car hasn't gone up. So that would seem to be the bug that's going on there. This wheel range is affecting the input when you've linked it with the steering wheel in the other setting. This is affecting it's just capping the amount that the wheel can turn, but it's not changing the actual sensitivity of the steering rack, if that makes sense. Let's just put that back on maximum and drive out the pits. So at the moment we have I'm so dumb. Where's it? Oh, it's in here. No! So we have it set to lock, get steering from the vehicle, wheel rotation is 900 degrees, which is the same as my wheelbase. Oh, we can't resume. Right. So now, if I turn this here and I go into first gear, right, that's quite tight steering. We've managed to drive straight out. Where if I go back to the garage, go to setup, car setup, advanced, and then put this should be faster steering, I believe. I could be wrong because some stuff in motorsport's stupid, but that should be faster, right? That's the maximum I can turn it to, and as a result, we can barely get out of the garage. So that's the issue with that. Right, so that we know that that's an issue. So well, it might not be an issue, but it seems like an issue to me. But, right, so now that's on 336 degrees. Which, to be honest, most people wouldn't ever need to change this. Right. Now, let's change the control setting. So this is from vehicle. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do, Utrid. This is why. That's precisely why Utrid doesn't turn. That's why I do that, right? And the amount of shit I get from iRacers and other people when we've been live streaming, they're like, the wheel doesn't line up, and it's precisely from doing R Factor 1, Race Room, and other sims where you turn the in-game wheel off and you just adjust the wheel sensitivity to your preference. Which, yeah, it means the force feedback will be slightly out of sync. But as long as you can drive and feel what's going on, who cares? But, yeah, and that's why, whenever they bring it up, when we were doing the iRacing stuff, and I'd be like, Christ almighty, because to explain this to someone that doesn't know about it is like a half-hour explanation. Right, so now what I'm going to do now is set this to max. So, in theory, this is ignoring the car. Let's set it to 900. I think that'll be the maximum we can... No, what can we set this to? 1080. Well, let's put it to 900 so it's the same as our wheel. Not that makes a difference. So, set this to 900. And then, in theory, it's ignoring the car's setup. Well, there might be like mud flap. There could be some interaction with the wheelbase. So I'm using a Mozart R12. So maybe the Mozart R12 is getting a signal and it's going, oh, that's where the bump stop is. Yeah, so now we can turn this. But the sensitivity should be low. And it is. There you go. So that's actually... That setting is actually working better than the in-car setting. That setting's working how the in-car setting should work. So why have both settings though? Why did R Factor 2 always have both? Why have one for the wheel and then one for the car? Why bother? You don't need it, do you? Like, just have one that works. Oh, I guess the reason is because one's car setup, so you set it once in the menu. And then when you go from car... It's not crying about... Okay, let's go. It's not crying about realism, is it? Do you want... I'm going to time you out. Apologise for a stupid comment. One is in the game settings. And then one is car settings. So if you go from car to car, you might want an individual car to have a different setting. But you also might want to run the wrong settings for the wheels. Or just arbitrary setting for whatever force feedback wheel you have. So that's why you've got two separate options. Are you agreeing with me? Or did I misinterpret your comment? You were agreeing with what I said before. Okay, I apologise to you. I don't expect people to agree with me. I just expect everyone to argue with me. Right. Most people, though, would probably want... Oh, hang on. Let's try this with this set on, but with this on 900, and then now see if this setting works properly. Here we go. That's what we didn't do. Right, keep this low and see if the wheel can now turn around. Right, here we go. No, it's still hitting the bottom. But will it be more sensitive? No. So, at the moment, I'd imagine most people would probably be better off having it set lock to car. Hello, Frosty Bird. I'm all right. How's your broken bones doing? What I might do though is for me, because this will. This mitigates the dead zone feeling in the centre. What was this car's normal setting? Was it like 300 and something? Let's put it on like 330. Well, no, not technically mud flaps. Like if, well, yeah, I guess if the car is what it is, and then you want that to line up to exactly what it is, then yeah. Or 240, but yeah, 336. That seems like a really odd number. Lol, odd number. Lol. Okay. But basically, that setting in the menu means that it's ignoring. Okay, it's an even number. I was being ironic. It's not an odd number. Seems like an odd number, but it isn't. Is it a rational number? I don't even know. I fail at maths. Faster steering definitely helps get rid of that dead zone. Well, what goes into 336? 100 and... I don't know. I don't math. Weirdly, this actually has the Project Cars 2 lock-up oversteer thing.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, what's strange is I'm absolutely shit at maths, but I'm okay at detecting if something seems right or wrong mathematically, but I really cannot do any maths in my head at all. Yeah, running tight steering really helps, because now that zone is really tiny. There you go. It makes the car feel a lot more pointy, which is what I mean. That's quite a big difference between a lot of sim racers. Like a lot of sim racers really like slow steering, but I think sim racers that are sexy and talented prefer faster steering, which is also the case, you know, like Max Verstappen, for example. Michael Schumacher, Max Verstappen, and obviously you'd put me in the same bracket as Max Verstappen. Basically, if my dad was a Formula 1 driver, or he had 3 jobs like Lewis Hamilton's dad. You know, and if I actually had any interest in motorsport at a young age, which I didn't, then yeah, I would have been Michael Schumacher. Yeah, see Nigel Mansell. Well, my dad's called Nigel, so maybe we're halfway there. And I've got a moustache and a beard, so there we go. And I played Nigel Mansell's World Championship on the Atari ST. To be honest, that was the first proper racing game that I actually spent a lot of time playing. What was it called? World Championship. It was bloody good. It had the tracks, and it was like fake, 2.5D. But it had all the tracks, and it was fun. Right, so what's weird actually, I've just noticed, when you run faster steering, it compresses the track, the vibrations of the track that are knocking the wheel. And so it's making track bumps feel to vibrate. Not the curbing feels alright, but the track bumps are coming through the force feedback wheel like vibrations, which is not what it feels like really in reality. So that's another good argument for why you might want separate force feedback for track bumps versus like steering input. Because I mean, I'm running a steering lock that's not. I mean, I don't think any real driver would run it this fast. But this is within the. This is the lower lock. This is the value that the game's got. So we need to increase the tyre skid sound now. This is too fast steering. Right, let's try with it. Let's put it on. Oh dear, what is it? This is the most fun part of sim racing, guys. I'll be honest, I do actually quite enjoy doing this. I do enjoy like menu streaming. Like I don't know why. It's like when we were setting up the VR headset. We spent like, what, 2 days trying to get the best Oculus settings. It's like when you're setting up the motion rigs and stuff.
The pace car is out of control.
Nice. Yeah. This is why I can't load up bloody Fruity Loops. I never produce anything. I just fiddle with synthesizers. I'm like, oh, that sounds nice. Oh, that sounds nice. Oh, that sounds nice. Sim racing is all about touching knobs. That's why we love it. It's actually the gayest gaming that exists. Well, I guess not if you're a woman, a straight woman, then it's not gay at all. It's the least gay gaming thing. But as a straight guy, we love fiddling with knobs. Everyone loves fiddling with knobs. Gay guys, straight guys, everybody. Women, men. Everyone. Who doesn't like to play with a knob? The thing is, don't be a knob though. Play with knobs, but don't be a knob. Knobs are the worst. Right, where we go? What's happening? I don't know. I've lost the plot. Right, so we'll get from vehicle. Just put that. Get from vehicle. Yeah, set it up. Then never. Although there are some things that I do a lot. So like AC, I play quite a lot. iRacing, we play quite a lot. I don't really fiddle with iRacing that much. Normally, what games do we not fiddle with much, but really enjoyed? Shadow of the Colossus, Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Half-Life Alyx, Portal, Carmageddon 2, I did have to fiddle with that quite a bit because it didn't work very well. Bloody Shogun Total Warrior. Was it called Shogun? You know, that was amazing. But I had to fiddle with that a lot because GeForce 256 only just came out and the drivers were terrible. Forsaken. That actually needed quite a bit of fiddling. Yeah, Total War, bloody good games. Is there a new one? They shitted them up. They did the console release. Hang on. There's such an opportunity to do a really good new version of that. Let's have a look. Total War games. Empire, Total War. I only ever played the medieval. Oh, is it the Warhammer bollocks? I can't be arsed with that. I'm not into Warhammer. Napoleon Total War. Were they any good? Right, here we go. Total War. So the problem is they remastered the old ones, but they were just like the mobile phone ones. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the newer ones were just... what's this? Pharaoh Total War. Yeah, I think they remastered the mobile. I get it from their perspective. They need to make money. There we go. 11th of October 23. Total War Pharaoh. It's like Egyptian. I need to play these. Oh no, this has got 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 85. Oh, that probably means it's shit. This would be well good. Actually, the thing is, I think archers in those types of games, it's a really fun dynamic positioning archers with then other troops that are quite nimble. So the Shogun Total Warrior thing, the gameplay worked really well because you as a player would be like, how far back or how close do I expose the archers to have maximum impact? When do the archers attack relative to when do my guys attack and not to fire on your own guys? How do you use terrain for your archers to have the advantage plus for your other guys to have it? So all that stuff really with archers, fantastic. But when you've just got like soldiers in formations and you've removed archers, you've removed like a really interesting dynamic of having to use the terrain. Like, because the stuff that's good for an archer isn't necessarily good for something else, so there's contradictory gameplay dynamic. Yeah, Sega are stupid with so much stuff, aren't they? It's really weird. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to grab a biscuit. Are you going to go to AC force feedback settings? Are you using...
The pace car is out of control.
Turn off the gyroscopic option in AC. That's probably causing issues for you. Turn off the shader patch force feedback stuff. I think it adds in delay. I'll be back in a second, guys. It's the hype dance. Paradox Stellaris. They're re-releasing Homeworld's getting a new release soon as well. Ugh. Oh, I should have brought another beer. Oh well. I like I prefer like simple strategy stuff.
Let's go.
I always like Tib Sun, Red Alert. I find some of these strategy games that get a bit too they're either too zoomed in, like what's that World War II one? That came out in like 2006. Company of Heroes, is it? I don't know. It's too zoomed in. Yeah, Company of Heroes. It's good. It's you can appreciate the. It's a good game.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Really good game, but for me, too zoomed in. So for me, I either want the game to be like it has to be like you know, Cannon Fodder or Commandos, where you're controlling like 3 people, or I want it to be like Medieval Total War, where you're controlling huge armies, or Command and Conquer, you know. But then it has to be set in real life, or like a realistic future. So I really don't like Outcome 44. Just Google Dutch fairground kid, Dutch fairground kid meme. Total War, Empire. Yeah, wasn't that 3 though? Wasn't that 3 different games? Oh no, we're good. Wasn't Empire, Total War, Rome, Greeks, and something else? Or was Empire? Oh no, was Empire the one with the boats? I never played that one. I don't like anything. The British Empire. Oh, maybe I should play that. Oh yeah, what we need to get now is the tyre skid sound. Wow, look, arrows are fun. They're really not fun to use. Have you ever tried pulling on a longbow? Good luck. You know, like longbow archers would train from like the age of like 5, and that is the only way that they could physically pull them back properly. Like you just physically can't, like the pull weight of it, what's it called, like the draw weight, isn't it like 50 kilograms? So it's something insane, like 80 kilograms. But it's not like I'm lifting 80 kilograms. It's like, hang on. What's the draw rate of a old British longbow? Oh, what's the draw rate of an old British longbow? Well, that's not working, is it? Oh. What's the draw rate of... Wait. It's not working. What's the point of having a phone if it doesn't work? Draw weight of old British longbow. 80 kilograms. It's 70 to 80 kilograms. Imagine doing that more than like 5 times. One hand, I weigh 90 kilograms. Most people can't lift their own body weight with one hand. Like even who's that? Is it Lars? Who's that? Is he Norwegian or is he Swedish? I think he's Norwegian. You know the guy that does rock climbing videos. He can't lift his body weight with one hand. Using it, but that is with a grip. That's with a grip testing it. I think he can obviously lift it with a clean thing. So yeah, you have to be an Olympian rock climber to be able to draw, and then imagine doing that for like 2 hours. It's insane. Also, having not eaten properly, having fatigue in the wet. It's mental. It's actually totally mental. Right, we sort my pedal out here. Well, first of all, we need to... Skid sound needs to be louder. It's hard to hear. Can we change skids? Ah, no. Why is there no skid option? Ah, is there an INI file with the audio options on this? We need louder skid tyre sounds. Does anybody know if there's a INI file adjustment for the tyre skid volume? I don't know what these mean. 2-IRC 1016. Yeah. 1C-IAR. Yeah. Which is your favourite, guys? Is it default HRTF? Is it 0-default HRTF? Is it 1CAIIAR? Or is it 2-IRC 1016? Has this been like these names being chosen by the Borg? You will pick your audio setting. We are proud of 0-default HRTF. My personal favourite is 2-IRC_1016. Omicron Beta, destroy all humans, kill all humans. Maybe the LMU's changing your settings. Change it to be... Do I need to install new motherboard onboard speaker drivers? That's probably what the problem is. It's for different head shapes. I think that's racist. Are you saying I've got a different head shape? Andy Long, R Factor 2, LMU developer, racist confirmed. Your head is the incorrect shape. What head shape have I got? This is good to know. I can make a video on this. Nobody knows it. I don't know this. Hang on. Binaural Hang on. What? First of all, what does HRTF stand for? HRTF acronym stands for Head-Related Transfer Function. Head-Related Transfer Function is a phenomenon that describes how ear receives sound from sound source when a sound is made. People's ears receive my sound as it travels through space in every direction in a sound wave. Okay, right. So default. Right, what is 1 CIR? What is 1-CIAIR? There's no, we'll have to ask ChatGTP. ChatGTP is the new Google. What does 1-CIAIR? In the context of binaural audio, 1-A doesn't seem to be standard term or acronym that I'm familiar with. So is this just made up by LMU? But what does it stand for? What does Chair Incorporated All Around Idiot Race Driver? Clearly idiotic, apathetic iRacer. What does CIAIR stand for? No. Hang on. No. I know it's Chat GPT, but I don't know why I always call it Chat GTP. Sounds better, but doesn't mean, isn't it general something trained or process training or something? I don't know what it actually stands for. Hang on. What does Chat GTP stand for? GPT. Generative, a pre-trained transformer, pre-trained transformer. Generative pre-trained transformer. There you go. I wonder how many dyslexics are calling it ChatGTP. Right. Oh, hang on. What's this? What's your problem? Oh, you on about the Fanatec thing? Yeah, you might just have to go with the game. This is what I was saying about the wheel rotation things. Different games interact with different wheel drivers. Just set it in game. Have a setting on your wheel. Make a profile, and then just let all the games use the game settings. So this is made up by LMU developers. CIAIR. Right. What? Surely someone didn't make that up. That's got to be from something. It's from the whatever binaural. Yeah, nothing's coming up on Chat GPT. What's the sound engine? Gibbous, isn't it? I don't know. What's the sound thing called? Right. I mean, maybe chooses the head. So, what was HRTF? What was HRTF? Head reference. Head-related transfer function. So it's how wide the head is, basically, or the shape of the head with the ear position. But these should be called. This should be called like default. Then like small head, small brain, fat head, ugly, stupid. Your head's so big that we've had to have a special binaural audio setting. This should be called who's the guy that was in the bell tower? The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Hunchback Notre Dame setting. Yeah. What you need to do is Quasimodo. No, Hunchback of Notre Dame, Quasimodo. Was Quasimodo the Hunchback of Notre Dame? Hang on. What was the name of the Hunchback of Notre Dame? Why did he live in the bell tower? Presumably he was deaf. It's a French novel written by Victor Hugo. Yeah, it is Quasimodo. A hunchbacked bell ringer. His interactions with the beautiful gypsy Emeralda. So, yeah, she liked bell ringers. She looked past his hunchback. She knew that he could ring her bell. She was actually... she was like, yeah, he's got a hunchback, but he can ring those bells. I like a man with strong arms. She was a DD girl, and she was looking for a man with pure bell arms. Mudflats, there you go. Did I fix it for you? What a legend! Gamer muscle, fixing everybody's games with setting tips. What a legend! Yeah, I don't know why their defaults are terrible, aren't they? It feels awful, but loads of people are like, oh, this is good. Right. What are we even doing? Audio. Long, Sam, Long, Mr. Longman, Mr. Is there an INI file? Oh, ChatGTP won't know. Is there an INI file for this audio? We need the tyre sounds to be louder, unrealistically louder. This is how I roll. I'll use my ears. You don't know? Get out! I like how it's the weekend and you're like forced. Are you working now? Like, are you actually working on the weekend? You have a choice. You are technically working now. You've been answering questions. You shouldn't work at the weekend. I'm not working. You're monitoring servers. You're monitoring Gamer Muscle. Well, watching the rugby. But you still got this on. Wait, this is like programmer brain. He's actually a robot. Is it broken? Rugby score is... Oh, they've just scored a try. Gamer Muscle is wrong. Getting servers operational. Rugby improvement team winning. Game not working. New update initiated. That's the Andy Longman simulation. That's how he lives his life. Poor guy. Where's the bloody... It's documents, isn't it? Documents. LMU. No. What's the... Where is LMU? Use bloody Steam to find the folder. Oh, it's in Steam. User data. Player. Settings.json. Chat controls, driver, driving aids, game options, AI aggression. Special effects. Here we go. Here we go. Graphic options. Please don't remove the sound options. Mechanical failures, miscellaneous, race control. Sound options. Oh, here we go. Yes. In the ini file. Oh, shit. It's not. I can't. We can't run this windowed. I can't put it on the screen. Oh, we're going to have to come out of the game to go back into the game anyway, so we can't put it on the screen. Oh. Hello. Yeah, we got it. Okay, the game's not quitting. Oh, there we go. Quit. So, in the player... it won't let me close the game. I'm trapped. Here we go. In fact, this is probably better. No. There we go. In the... Here we go. Settings.json. We don't need it that big. Sound options. Clip limiter. Engine volume. Oh, they've not removed tyre volume. Engine volume. I mean, we could just reduce engine volume. External volume. Pit volume. Oh, I can turn the bloody race voice guy down. Rain volume. Reverb. Tyre volume. Here we go. Oh, is 1 too high? Should we put it on like 1.5? Additional volume multiplier. Oh. Do I put... how do we do this? Will 1 be twice as loud or will... Okay. 1.5. So 1 will be the same. 1.5 will be 1.5. It might not be that. Yeah, but this be good to put back in if they can. Track load commentary. Yes, we can get rid of that. But I quite like the French guy going, no, don't you engines. Ah, that's good. Hey? Yeah, 1.5. Oh, have I put it in the wrong place? Oh. Where do I put it? Also, is this commented out? Or is that just an explanation? Is that just a comment when it's got a hash next to it? Do I need to put it here? Okay. I get you. Right. Silly me. Thought it was a bit weird. It'll make sense now. Trackside default. What's this? New exponential shape attenuation for pit horn. And default for the tracks. Oh, what if it's like if the tracks like indoors or outdoors or like. I like that all this stuff's editable, to be honest. Oh, road noise. Here we go. Traction control. Yeah, this was really loud. Sounded like the back of the car. Yeah, so my view is, with games like this, they should make it so that the defaults are really good, solid defaults, and the basic settings in the game make sense and are very clear. But for people that are brain dead, like how the Force Feedback's done in Project Cars 2 and Automobilista 2, granted they dicked up the defaults, not now with MS2, but Project Cars 2 and when MS2 first came out, the defaults were shit. Now they're actually, the defaults in MS2 are good for that sim. But the point is, you should always have, for people that are idiots, or if you've got like a weirdo bug or you've got random equipment you just happen to have bought, there should always be the option to adjust it, you know. Right. Vehicle skidding vol. What's this? Oh, hang on. So what did I check? So the tyre volume is for all the tyres. Scrubbing volume. So these could be useful. So is this playing the sound based on the grip value? This is turning the... Oh, I don't know. Just changing how it shapes the skid sound. I think turning the volume of the road noise actually makes Sims more immersive. But let's just try that one setting we did and see what happens. Probably on fire now. It's probably broken. Why is your game so unstable, Game of Muscle? I didn't change anything. Yibis, that's it. Yibis, I don't know how you pronounce it. That's the audio engine. Dunlop. Oh, can we skip the intro? Is that an option? Right. We're gonna do some online racing in a bit, guys, as well. Everyone's falling asleep. Chat's dead. No what? Is the online racing off? I'm confused. Is it dead? Did you ruin the online racing for everyone? Oh, my tea tastes a... Oh no, it just smells. Whenever I put this in the dishwasher, it smells funny. It shouldn't do though, because it's dishwasher proof. Right, tyre skid sound test. Here we go. I don't think it did anything. Hang on, has it forgotten the other settings? Does it reset the settings every time you start the game? There's not much lead into the tyre skid sound. Would I solo try? I don't know. Maybe 1 year. I was going to do it this year, but my arms said no. I don't think it's taking that value. Let's try putting it into something really high. See what happens. Tyre volume. Right, we set it to 1.5. Let's put it to 2. See what happens. Let's put on 2.5. Let's go all in. Hang on, Yibis isn't the sound engine. It's a graphics. I thought Yibis was sound.
Come on, let's go.
Le Mans. Oh, this is. I think it is loading faster. Let's see. Once it's compiled the shaders, I think that's what it's doing. Post-processing effects, which we turn off, which we turn off to get it to run faster. Oh. Yeah, we definitely need to do some more online racing. I hope everyone's alright that's watching. Everyone's like asleep today. This is like the most chilled out 300 viewers we've ever had. they're all unconscious. Oh, he's solid! Oh, imagine if you've been playing driving sims and then you go to a real racetrack, you just drive into another kind of pit lane and you're like, oh! He's solid! I thought I was going to drive through him. God damn. Reality. That's weird. Maybe we can just turn engine sound. I don't think it is applying that multiplier. It doesn't save. Do you have to manually save the car setup after each session? Or if you change the car settings? Yeah, you can't. There's no lead into the sound of it locking up. So you can't really use the audio to know where the limit is. And I don't think there's force feedback for it either. I mean, we are put brake bars a bit too far back. Oh, it's a little bit. There is a little bit of sound there. Let's try turning the engine sound down. There's no. Why is there no engine? This should be put back in. We should have engine sound and tyre sound should be two options because they really make up for equipment. Yeah, there's nothing to separate the audio out. I'm gonna put my ears. I'm gonna try a different fat head. Right, this didn't save the settings. How long have you been watching this stream for, Chris? Oh! Oh yeah, maybe we have to let's have a look. We can make the JSON file locked. Oh look, what's this on our screen? Oh, what's that? No, it's not. It's not reset it. What did you change, Chris? Did you change tire volume ratio? What did you change it to? Maybe we need to set it to like 9 or something. I want to just hear tires. I just want it tires. I just want the whole game to be tire skid sound, so I know it works. Well, Mr. Norblin, this is peak sim racing, so I'm waiting for Chris Tat to type a message. He's very slow. He's only just learnt how to use a keyboard. You set it to 8. Okay, let's go for it. All in, set it to 8. Well, if that doesn't make it noticeable. Every time you push the brake pedal, it's like a flashbang. Yeah, these are probably absurd levels of tyre sound. I think there's a fine there's a balance between what's useful and what still remains vaguely in the realms of reality. No, because yeah, they probably should have like an engine and a tyre sound setting in the UI. I would argue, but like obviously there's a lot of settings, and yeah. So it's a compromise, isn't it, between what's reasonable and what isn't. But yeah, I think tyre scrub, tyre skid, and engine are in a sim are really important, especially for people playing with gamepads or with shit wheels, and especially when given that force feedback could probably I think it'd still be better in this. Like, unless your force feedback's as good as Assetto 1 or better, you can't use the force feedback alone to know where the limit is. In AC1 is the only sim where you can know where the tyres are at from the force feedback alone. Like, you can balance the brake from the force feedback. Every other sim you have to use audio to get an idea. Tyres sound relative to your head shape. I wonder if you have a bigger head, do you think you could hear tyre sound better? In theory, I mean, your brain would just calibrate it, but it's like the thing where if your eyes are further apart, you have more stereoscopy. So you have better depth perception if your eyes are further apart, like because you can see around objects more. If your ears are further apart, you should be able to. You should hear 3D audio more because there's a bigger like. The problem is it doesn't quite work like that because your ears, they're not like eyes. Like your ears are picking up sound from not just like sounds reflecting off stuff. So that's why you have your ears in the shape they are, because it collects sound in loads of different angles. And then you'll notice you could go into, if you go into a room Like you can feel that a room's large from how it sounds and the air pressure and everything, not just that it looks big. Andy Long, if you're still there, what would you say are the biggest changes with the tyre model over R Factor 2? This is still the same volume. I think it's not changed the volume. For the people who've changed the file and they think the volume's changed, but it hasn't. Right, let's go on. Let's make it stupid. Well, a cat still has depth perception, doesn't it? But yeah, I see what you said. Like, I'd have thought having further apart eyes. I mean, a cat's mostly hunting stuff that's close to it, whereas I think I don't know how it works. Right, tire volume ratio. Let's put it on 40. There's probably a limit to what this can go to. Oh, well, let's see what happens. Right, all I want to hear is tire skid. Thanks for following. Welcome along, guys. Appreciate the follow. Thanks everyone for watching adverts, donating, supporting us, subscribing, channel members. Really appreciate it. This is about as good as we get here. This is a classic menu stream, trying to dial things in, mess around with stuff, making the world a better place. We've already out one person with their AC settings, so I've my basically Jesus of Simrig here, so you know, pretty used. I'm used to being pretty outful. Yeah, I convert no force feedback into AC force feedback. Someone has to do it. They'll write scriptures about me and they'll hide it in like a London bus shelter, and then someone will find it in 2,000 years' time and they'll go, "Oh, the holy book, the holy words of force feedback muscle," and they'll build a whole religion out of it purely to avoid for tax evasion. And that's fine, you know. Got to be creative. I should start a religion. I should register Game of Muscle as a religion, and now I'd have to pay tax. The religion of the Church of Force Feedback. We've already called it a church, so it's no more ridiculous than saying some like hippie lived 2,000 years ago. Yeah, that's not changed the tyre skid sound. So people have changed it and then felt, oh, it's made it louder. It's not done anything, guys. Placeboed. That's true. Well, I can put them to death if they question me. Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the bloody same. Well, I guess we'll just accept that we can't change the tyre skid sound. So, what else was I going to try? We want to do some online racing. I want to beat some noobs. I think people have just copied settings from their R Factor 2 in this setting and gone, well, this will work. But it's like, well, it won't if the code's being removed. If there's no, like, the text file could have whatever it wants if it's not linked in the actual engine. Yeah, I thought the Corvette was alright. 2.5 hours of Le Mans at 8 PM. What's the time now? Oh, bloody hell. Oh, hang on, what's this? Oh, we've changed track. Are we changing track every day now? But okay. Will it be once a week? How rubbish is it? That's a bit negative, Mr. VMog. Well, any issue you have with the game is Andy Long's fault, because he's a developer. So just remember that if you don't like it or you feel bad, send all abuse his way. You just type in chat. Why you could just say, why are you so incompetent? You could type, oh, I hate you, Andy Long. You basically, if you have anything that you don't like about motorsport games, its history, or just sim racing in general, or you just feel bad, you can say, oh, Andy Long, why? It's all is for everything. Israel, Palestine, Andy Long. Russia, Ukraine, Andy Long. Poverty, Andy Long. It's all his fault. Every single thing. Why? Why did you do it? Ah, see, now you've got a face to the developer. Now you feel guilty. See how easy it is to hate on a face you don't know. See how easy. See how when you've got a faceless enemy. But I find it more fun to just hate on Andy Long personally. Knowing the face of to hate is more entertaining. I can visualize tears dripping down his face with every comment, and I get pleasure from seeing another man suffer. I actually have a webcam set up in my sitting room on a projector of Andy Long. It's a 3D Apple 3D Vision rendering, like 3D camera zoomed in on Andy Long's face. All I can see is his face, nothing else. And every time someone says something bad, I can see all like the emotion on his face. And it also he's wearing a wristband and a brain capture thing, and it's his emotive levels. And as the despair and misery increases, my enjoyment increases. It's really good. Some say that that's a bit perverse. I say you got to do what you got to do to enjoy stuff. Ah! On the turn. Where are we? Oh, we're at Spa. Francorchamps. Spa, Francorchamps. Go! Whoa! Okay. Felt a bit weird.
The pace car is out of control.
Okay, let's go.
Hello. Textbook. This is LM Factor 2. In no shape or form does this have anything to do with our Factor 2, honest. Track looks nice.
The pace car is out of control.
I like how this looks. I think they've done a good job setting up the lighting. I don't think Andy didn't have anything to do with the lighting, so it's probably why it's good. Anything he touches is terrible. How long does one race usually take? Depends how fast you drive. That explains it. I could tell. What do you call a dog that's been run over? Guys, what do you call a dog that's been run over? Oh, this is good, this one. You call it a flat spot. You probably have to be British to get that. That was my favourite book as like a 3-year-old. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? But you'd have to know what spot the dog was, which I think only children from the 80s in the UK. Is Spot the Dog international? Yeah, it was my favourite book when I was like 3, as I say. I absolutely loved it. With his stupid fat head. Yeah, I can't even remember the story. I just remember the dog. Remember his stupid face. Do you also read your children the story about the incompetent game developer that makes everyone miserable by working on titles that crash, causing 600 people to have a bad time? Do you read them that? Daddy, I don't like that story. That story makes me sad. Please don't tell me that story again. Oh dear, it's so stupid. Only when they're naughty. When they're naughty, do you force them to watch this live stream? Oh dear. Right, I'm feeling like the in-car setting. I'm gonna do this on here. I don't trust the actual car setting. Oh no, you've clearly brought them up wrong. If I have children, I'm gonna, like a responsible parent, I'm gonna ban them from any sim racing content. Oh dear. Is the game crashing? No, we're just loading. Roblox. Oh, I guess it's kind of like Lego. It could be worse. Whoa! Hello. That's how it is. feel like that dead zone is back in the steering. Like, in the centre. There's something weird going on with this.
The pace car is out of control.
But we kind of got rid of it. It's all in your head. Well, it's not. Because I can tell when I go left and right that it's just disconnected. Remember, aim your anger at Andy Long, not me. Smile! I'd much rather drive this than iRacing. It's just like, even like going through that corner, you see how on the throttle, see how the throttle pushes the back out in a sort of really controllable way. This drives much closer to AC, you know, or Race Room, or AMS1. Like when the car slides, it's sliding in a balanced way. I think a lot of sim racers don't realise this, but like race cars are designed to not kill the driver, and generally, I think one of the things that makes cars stable is that when the rear of the car starts to lose traction, or the front loses traction, it kind of pulls the rest of the car with it. So it cars tend to want to be balanced. I mean, adding to that all the like caster and camber and all the other stuff, they are expressly designed to generally want to be balanced and point forwards. So it's you know. Steward. Right, there's no force feedback for the rear though. Like once you're already loaded up. Don't know if there's a way to get that. Try fiddling with this. this back here. Put that back to the right setting at least. There we go. Scaling the force feedback properly. There's no force feedback meter in this game. Not quite, no. It's on like 9 or so Newton meters. Face is always maxed out. Yeah, there's no way for you to know where that lock-up point is going to be. The self-aligning's nice and aggressive and catches it, but there's nothing for you to know where how much you can brake. Like you can't. There's no tyre scrub sound that increases. There's no force feedback for the limit there. But the force feedback's out of sync with what the car's doing coming out of the corner as well. Butter. Can't believe it's not butter. What's this? Constant steering force effect. What does that even mean? Try that out after this. Ah, yeah, maybe centuries. Why not call it what everyone's called it for 20 years? If it is that, that'd be stupid. Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to. Oh. I can't change my Moses settings whilst I'm in the game. why are people messing with the steering angles? Because there's like a weird dead zone, and there's something weird with the steering in the game. Either the force feedback or the steering linearity. And the only way to get around it is by messing around with the steering sensitivity. Oh, is that a sarcastic okay? Well, why didn't you ask the developer? Sorry, I'm not an esports or like real race driver for what I say to automatically have credibility, but we'll just put aside 25 years of sim racing experience. But you know, I guess not good enough. Yeah, I think the F1 thing's like a weird licensing stuff, isn't it? And then Codemasters had a game that it's not really about the driving. It's more about having a single player and ticking off a bunch of boxes. Hello, Thomas. What in German? Happy birthday to you. That's the German version. It sounds like English, but that was German. Du bist very old, das ist true. Und now you will be very sad. Und old, das ist du. There you go.
Lap 2, 10.40.
Oh, connection lost. Right, I think this session's up now. Oh, what's going on here? Dankenchong. Yeah, I'm still not happy with the. There's no. I don't seem to be able to get whatever we fiddle with. We can't get the. I can't get the steering. The force feedback. Feeling as if it's. Well, first of all, there's no force feedback for braking, but that was R Factor 2's like that. Feels like there's a dead zone in the centre of the force feedback, and then also it seems as if the steering's like non-linear. Yeah, it's the R Factor 2 thing. You can't. There's no way for you to. And iRacing, but in iRacing you just use the audio and brake hack to know where the limit for braking is. Yeah, we tried turning the tyre volume up, but we couldn't. It didn't do anything. We were editing the text file for that. Yeah, it weirdly it ends up being like Project Cars 2, where you push the brake, it doesn't lock up immediately, and then you get to the point of the braking zone where you need to trail brake off, and that's the crucial point of braking. And then it'll lock up without any warning because you don't know where the actual. there's no way to know. Like you can't hear, and you can't, so unless you've preemptively driven the braking. Yeah, well, unless you want to, you could just practice over and over again. It's the fun. It's the fun part of sim racing. Then combine that with a bit of a dead zone in the centre of the force feedback. The initial rotation loading and suspension loaded is then muted. So you can't even use the self-aligning as a reference for where the limit is for braking. I'm not getting freezes. No, but someone was saying that maybe it's Nvidia causing that. What I don't understand, right? These things seem super obvious to me. Why do other people not mention them? Like, it's like the ACC. So I get it, developers doing whatever they're doing and things are complicated. But I'm talking about from a player's perspective. Isn't it just bizarre? Like, with people with ACC, they complain about or mention other stuff, but they don't mention what are fundamental to being able to drive the car. Like, being able to feel the car at the limit and braking is really important. Like, the only reason they wouldn't mention them is because they are unaware that exists in Assetto Corsa, and they also haven't thought of it themselves as something that would be useful. Like, that's the only explanation I can have is why players would be not bothered by it or not notice, is because they've never experienced it. Because everybody I know that's played AC, that's a fast driver, real world drivers, or fast in AC, not ACC, they are all like, yeah, you can feel exactly what the car's doing. And then you do have people that go, I think it's a bit too easy to control oversteer when you're getting big slides with some cars. And then obviously the curbing issue, and obviously when you do quite a big slide, the tyres take a really long time for the heat to go off. But the core, like the baseline thing of being able to feel what the car's doing, it's just really weird that that's not. So iRacers don't know about it because, well, iRacing has no force feedback for braking at all, and they just use the sound, and you can't drive on the limit anyway in iRacing. So you can't even drive on the limit. So iRacers don't understand it at all. R Factor 2, you can drive on the limit. You can overdrive. It's faster to drive a little bit slidey. So you can drive on the limit and it's forgiving and controllable, but it doesn't have that force feedback there, but at least it's forgiving. It's just weird. You say so someone just been in leagues as in to try AC because they think it's old. Yeah, but ironically it is by far the closest to real world driving. That's not me saying that. That's like actual people that drive race cars. I think some aspects of R Factor 2 are really
ACC,
good.
But I do like the normals. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
I think the thing that LMU and R Factor 2 do really well is the progression from cold tyres to warm tyres, and the grip, the sort of track, the variability of the track is better than AC. So the track grip levels feel more variable. Also doesn't have the curbing issue that AC has. Full tank of fuel. I always do this. Where's the fuel? Sasha, yeah. I quite like the idea of this is one of the things I like with LMU and ACC. I like the idea of fixed simulators. It's kind of one of my things I go on about. I think it's better when driving sims just do one thing. So I think it's a really big selling point for LMU that it is just these endurance cars, GTE, LMP2, LMDH. I think it makes things a bit more simple. Alright, look at this as well. See how we had the cold tyres. Notice how the car is still actually very controllable. Like, this is something that sim racers don't understand. Is that cold tyres just have lower grip. They're not... you know what I mean? The car still drives like a car. That's like one of the dumbest things that sim racers don't seem to get. Like, oh, tyres are cold, so you can't counter steer. No, that's not how it works. Also, the speed at which slick tyres warm up. Like, I think what it is they watch Formula 1 or they watch series, and the commentator's like, oh yeah, the tyres aren't optimal. So they latch onto that because the commentators make a big thing out of it. But what they're talking about in reality is optimal, not perfectly drivable. So like, optimal for like being within 0.2 of lap pace is like, yeah, tyre temperatures need to be absolutely bang on. But tyres being just generally drivable is like, no, like absolutely bollocks. Tyres are basically drivable. Like, you can leave slick tyres on a race car for ages. It's just not going to be fast. Ah, it's a track cut. I don't even know how pitting works in this. There's no way for you to know how hard you can brake. Hang on. What do you mean banging on stream, banging on about force feedback? Just play the game the way it is until issues are ironed out. What? Who? What? Who typed that? Do you not understand? Either that's a sarcastic comment. Either that's a sarcastic comment, or they've got some kind of Given that you use force feedback to drive from, tell me, how does someone drive well if they can't feel what the car's doing? It's just that's like, isn't that important? Just drive your canoe. Row your canoe. Just ignore the hole in the bottom of it and the fact it's filling up with water. Stop mentioning the canoe filling up with water, and just keep rowing it. Don't mention the water that's stopping you from being able to row. Oh, your paddle's falling off. Just keep rowing. You know, your rowing's terrible. Yeah, but the paddles are falling off. Don't mention the fundamental components of driving sims. God forbid, then people might actually be aware about it. You know what happens when people don't mention the fundamental stuff with sims? You end up with sims like iRacing, where you literally can't drive on the limit. There's no force feedback for braking. And only in 2020, when real drivers got on it and were like, oh my Jesus, what's this? To the point where iRacing told them they had to shut up because they're making iRacing look bad. Only then did people go, oh, hang on. And iRacing were like, yeah, actually, we probably should do something. so like, yeah. Sorry for being honest. First time chat from it's Ryan. Oh, it wasn't a joke. It was a real comment. It was an actual, real, non-sarcastic comment. Yeah, Ryan, Ryan C83. I don't see you in our AC lobbies that we're hosting. Also, I don't know what your I rating is, but do you have 5k I rating? I don't see you in the top split F4. So, I'm not saying I'm a good driver. I'm definitely not that good, but I'm capable of driving within 7/10 of pace, which is pretty reasonable, given that we're also normally doing that whilst live streaming. So it's not like I'm 100% focused on stuff like a crazy person. So, right, let's just put it on there. Oh no, that's the wrong setting. Does it reset the fuel? Yeah. How many laps of fuel is it? I'm just gonna do 12 laps. I don't know how much fuel. I don't know how long the race is. But does it say anywhere where the race length is? No, it does not say anywhere. Oh, it doesn't really matter with shit anyway. I'm giving them a bit of chance with ballast. Typical UK West. I find it weird people that get upset with my critical comments, because the stuff that I say are things that everybody would enjoy if they were in the sim. Like they're not like things that are like, oh well, that just makes it better for me. They are things that pretty much all sim racers would enjoy, or would just make the sims better. So
Green flag, let's go.
it's really weird for people to get upset. Oh, come on, I was avoiding the green car. That's the harshest penalty ever. What do you think I was doing, like, gained 5 places? What are you doing? Idiot. The grass is very slippy in this game. That's his fault. He just pushed me, he just drives me onto the grass. And then I can't turn, I can't do anything because the grass has no grip. What an idiot. We got alongside him, and then he's like, oh no, I've left the inside open, so I'm just going to drive into this car. Hopefully he's stuck in the sand and has to quit. He's gonna... Oh, he made it through. Thought he was gonna plough him. Right, car feels totally unhinged through there. Yeah, you can't drive on the limit in iRacing. You have to roll onto the limit. It's just how it's just how it works. Where's he going? What happened there? Oh, he's doing his Joker lap. It's understandable. This actually drives pretty similar to AC, to be honest. It's like AC with slightly worse force feedback. Well, quite a lot worse force feedback. And then there's slightly different character to how the cars slide over the limit. But Get in that kebab shop. I think the trees look really nice in this. What? There's a car in the wall there. Not sure what was happening to him.
Lap 209.21.
The replays don't work yet, do they? In this? I want more lift off oversteer. I'm having to dab the brake to get the car to turn in through that.
Lap 208.94. I think people's tyres are getting a bit
bit less optimal. Don't get much draft on this car. Stopping from people being able to overtake, I think. Everyone's spread out in the same gap. Oh, bloody hell. I'm trying to push it and then it just locked up.
That time was a 2:09.64.
Yeah, I might have undone the. We were having a lot of vibrations from flat spotting. Might have undone. Oh no, yeah, no, I think we balanced it out a little bit. I've turned the wheels from squares into hexagons. Great improvement. Yeah, they're not as grippy. Yeah, see, the thing is, there's no force feedback to correlate to that lower grip. So, that's shit. That's the problem is, it's good that it's more dynamic and that it's variable, but if you don't have the force feedback to convey that tyre grip through the corner, then it's shit, because the only way you know is from having driven it before, like, which is crap. Like, you should be able to, you know, you should always have a feeling of, oh, here's the grip, this, like, I'm riding on the grip, I'm close to it, I'm not, you know, and then adjusting it. I don't know how you, I mean, short of rewriting how the force feedback's done. This is the thing with the rain in iRacing. It's like, I'm not sure how that's meant to work, given the force feedback's so bad in the dry, and the tyres are so bad in the dry. At least in this, the tyre behaviour is controllable over the limit.
Lap 2:09.55.
I don't think anyone can overtake. Look at this. Everyone's stuck in a line. Like, the only way you're going to overtake is by doing an absolute send. This is pretty funny. Yeah, well, there's not enough draft for the cars to be able to. What do you mean, sim racer? Surprise sim racing. I mean, I guess in this sim you can, like, do a bit of a dive bomb. That's what's going to happen. looks quite nice having the cars close together. It's not necessarily unrealistic though. You get a lot of these sort of trains where people are stuck in reality, so. Oh, someone's done some dive bombing.
That time was a 2:10.04.
Here it comes. There's the dive bombs. It's pretty good. It's pretty fun. No, there's no track there. You idiot. What is wrong with sim racers? There's no track that you can't overtake where there's no track. Otherwise, you will just wreck the other car. Caught it, though. What is wrong with people's racecraft? I knew he was going to... I held my line because I was like, lol. But that is so typical of sim racers. Where they're like, oh, well, I'm just going to, you know, I demand the position. Twice we've been driven off the track here. No, I didn't even leave it open, did I? I saved a replay of it. So he's basically just ruined us having a nice close race with the other cars. In sim racers. Because that sort of thing is entirely them choosing to wreck the car in front, basically. Somehow we caught it. Somehow we 360 no-scoped our way back round. I don't know how that worked, but... It was entirely intentional. It wasn't just luck. Imagine how terrifying that would be in real life. 360 no scope up Eau Rouge. Oh my goodness. That would be... Because you'd just be expecting the wall or another car. Oh, he's gone! Where's he gone? Is he being gulagged? What happened there? We don't have replays, do we? Or are they working on replays? How do you see replays? I know you've got a replay button. I don't know. Probably not. Oh, we got 8th place in the end. I can't. I need to not use my arm so much. It's not about the pain. Like my arm is damaged, so I have to be careful. If I do 2.5 hours of driving, it'll be wrecked. Okay, gain some places. Hello, CFC35. How's it going? It's not to do with force feedback strength. It's just just doing this. And downshifting and upshifting. Can you see replays in this? I don't know if there's if they've got a replay system yet. Don't think there is. I saved a clip of that. We should be able to load it up. Let's have a look. Hello, Euclid. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. Not enough rating. You need all the rating. How many people are registered to this is the only way to see. How do you know? Is there any way to know? Or is it just all these cars? It should say the number of drivers, if possible. It's good. Good. There's a good number of people joining it. It's got to be like what? 100, 200? Goes together. It's not necessarily unrealistic though. Oh, here we go. Right, let me load this in. Cars goes together. It's not necessarily unrealistic though. So right, here we go. So we go in. Let's see if we. So he's like messed that up there. He's left the inside open.
Mind the gap.
We gone up the inside here. Right, that's all fine. Oh, that's another car. It wasn't him. Oh, it's an accident.
Mind the gap.
They've left the track. Oh, it's this green. So we've moved to the left. Yeah, he's on the. What's he doing? What? Why is he going for the pass there? Like, he's got his car off the road, and then he's driven into. Yeah, his car's barely making the curbing. Yeah, I mean, I've very clearly moved my car to the left here before he's not even. There's no car space on the left. And he's not got enough speed to actually pass this before the corner. It's not blocking. I've come off the corner and moved to the left. You're allowed to move once per corner. There's an accident, and I've moved to the left, which is the line I normally take through here. But he's already driving into us here. He's already started pushing us there. And then he's just driving us off the track on Eau Rouge. No, he's hitting us before we've even got to the corner. What? The car behind there, like, I already started moving left before he's there. We've come off the corner. I'm already moving left. He has to just go to the right. You can't. There's no space there. He's not even by the side of us by the time there's no space as well. There's no space. Like, that's not going to work. What's he going to do? No, he's driving off the track here. He's fully off the road. And then he's driven into us there. And okay, even if this is okay, even if you're going to go, well, he's there, he would still have to slow down. He'd still have to brake so that you don't understeer onto the car on the right through this corner. You can't flat out go through this to the degree where you're literally just going to like, even with him pushing into us, that's him pushing us off the track. So, like, if you're on the even if there's no contact here and you're on the inside, you can't go into this corner to the extent where you're going to just turn right into, like, equally, you can't turn right here. That's not me turning right. That's him driving me off the track. The car on the left here, like, if this was side by side with two cars, which is fine, maybe aggressive move, you can't be this car on the left and push the car on the right off the road. That's entirely him punting me off the road here. So,
Mind the gap.
it's your responsibility to overtake a car safely. You can't just drive. Yeah, but he's not. He's just completely wrecked us. But I caught it because I'm a god. Also, why would you go for the send there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did an off-track overtake, and then he's doing a move where it's not ever going to move anyway because it's not going to ever work without punting the car on the right. You have to be at the point of. You would need to be like side by side down the straight, really, not off the track side by side. Yeah, you could argue, okay, it's an aggressive overtake on the left here. That's I would even give him leeway here. On this point here, go, okay, maybe he's got two wheels on the track. Fine, okay, a bit of contact, aggressive driving. Fine. I wouldn't even necessarily say that's too terrible. This here, though, this is him driving it, absolutely wrecking us. So, like, you could ignore the first part of this because you could go, oh, maybe I was a bit late on going to the left. I don't think I was, but you could go, well, maybe a bit late moving to the left or coming off onto the left. Fine, okay. And maybe he's got there legitimately. So that contact is whatever, fine. Let's say you even blame me for that. Let's say I didn't move to the left aggressive enough, or I shouldn't have moved to the left at all. Fine. Either way, we'll both be going through the corner side by side. In which case, if you're going through Eau Rouge side by side, one of the cars cannot just drive the other car. You can't just drive the other car off the track. Like, it makes sense. Like, you have to, both cars still need to go through. And there was nothing I could do at this point here. I can't turn right because I've run out of track. And, you know. I don't know what he's doing. But I caught it because I'm a god. Yeah, I should have pressed the ghost button. I'm playing the Queen, yeah. Right. Should we do some AC? Who wants to do some Assetto Corsa? Should we chill out on AC? But yeah, I definitely think at the moment with this, at least with the LMP2 car, unfortunately the force feedback doesn't help you know where the grip is mid corner, which is the same problem in R Factor 2. And the force feedback you can't tell from braking, and there's no force feedback for where the braking limit is. I don't think it's lagging out as extreme as it was. It's still a bit laggy, but yeah, I would say this has worse force feedback than AMS2. The handling and physics are better than AMS2. And I would say the physics are sort of similar to AC in many ways, or you know, there's aspects to this that I like over AC, and aspects that I don't like, or you know, that are neither here nor there. But the force feedback is massively letting it down, I think. We have tried tweaking it, so. Maybe we'll have to do like a comparison video. Yeah, the physics are basically the same as R Factor 2, and the force feedback the same as R Factor 2. Like, I'm sure they've tweaked it, or there's little subtle differences, but the approach is the same. Like you drive this the same as you drive R Factor 2. Maybe in some ways it's a little less forgiving than R Factor 2. But I mean, you know, it's a small. Right. Type join if you're going to join us. Am I surprised? No. I think it looks a lot nicer than Project Cars 2, though. Like I Project Cars 2, R Factor 2. Like I'd rather, like the visuals and stuff, I think are really nice in Le Mans Ultimate. I don't think people are giving the graphics credit. Like the way it's set up visually is nice. Like I think it actually stands out quite well, to be honest. Even compared to like AC and stuff with shader settings and things. Let's make a server here. What should we start with? What did we have before? We were doing the Tatus Highland Short in the Tatus F4 car. What should we go with? I think we should do a. Oh yeah, we could do a Spa. Let's do a Spa and do a direct comparison. Spa with let's do like some like prototype that's built into AC. Like an LMP2 or something. I don't know what's the closest to LMP2 that's in AC. we've got the Orica. There we go. But that's is that a free mod? The 2022. We've got the 2017 Orica LMP2. Who's that by? And there's the Orica 07. Hang on. So, who's the 2022? Right, hang on. How do I open car in content tab? Who's this? There you go. Author Yartzard. Hang on. See if I can link you guys to the car. Oh, he's on Patreon. Freeware Le Mans prototype for Assetto Corsa. Right, when did this come out? 2 years ago. Right. Where's the bloody download link? Orica 07. Is that the URD one? I'm trying to find the link to the download so I can share it with everyone. I can't find it. It's not on the URD website. What is it with people doing videos and they're not putting bloody links to mods? Oh, you have to buy it.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. They're really
It's
really
it's
good.
€5. I'll tell you what, we'll just do a quick, I want to do a quick comparison, so I'll do that in single player, then I'll create a server. I want to compare it. There we go. We've got the 2022 Orica. Let's see how this compares to the well, it's an LMP2 still, isn't it? They're made by Orica. Yeah. Because what you want to do is confuse people as much as possible. that's how it works. Right. So. Oh dear. We wanted Spa. We got the wrong track. Huge error. Right. I've got to get on the plane, guys. We went to the wrong. It's alright. Spa's only an hour's drive from Nordschleife. We drove past it. We drove past Spa. We were going too quick. Drove past Spa. Now we just need to go back. Easy mistake to make. Missed the turning off the motorway. There we go. But I think LMU looks as nicer graphics for the track. Yeah, so LMU's force feedback feels more abrupt. I think its tyres are more abrupt. Oh. Thing is, I need to make the steering tighter. Yeah, so the LMU one is I actually prefer the grip envelope of the LMU LMP2 compared to this. I think I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of URD mods. I think if the LMU car had the force feedback, it'd be better. Like the slip on these tyres, this car's a bit sluggish, if that makes sense. I don't think with AC there's any way to make the steering faster, is there? Like you can't. Other than changing my steering rotation. Oh! Well, turned too much. Corner is absolutely a nightmare. Even going back to R Factor 1. Auto bin, yeah. That corner should be like the default sim test corner. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like a URD. I'd say if the LMU car had that mid corner feel, it drives better than this by far. Let's try the other one, the Orica 07. I really don't like URD cars that much. I think they're a bit I think this is the URD one, I don't know. They always feel a bit mushy. Oh, this feels better. Sounds terrible. It feels a bit better. Yeah, the LMU LMP2 car has better handling dynamics than this. It's just the force feedback. So the with the LMU car, you know, as you're going through the corner, the amount that you can the amount that you can adjust the rotation or the angle of the car or the slip with throttle and steering input is you feel like you have more mid-corner adjustment in terms of how that then affects the vehicle. Oh bloody hell, I'm doing it again. What the... Oh my goodness. Kunos AI. We outwitted them. We found a way through. Yeah, the frame timing's crazy smooth, isn't it? Oh, the audio is horrendous on this mod. Yeah, I think the handling of the LMU car is actually a lot better as well. To be honest, it's just the force feedback. It's actually quite funny that both this car and the LMU have similar handling characteristics in the sort of general unwillingness of wanting to turn. But the LMU LMP2 car has more interest in mid-corner. Like the way the car rotates and the grip loss mid-corner is more interesting. Whereas this is like hooked up, really hooked up, and then you know you get a very sort of progressive, obvious slide. So this is driving more like what you'd expect from like a Formula car, with a lot of downforce. Whereas the LMU car feels like you're driving more on mechanical grip. Still with downforce, but do you know what I mean? It has more of like a mechanical grip feeling to it, or like the nature of its physics. And also the LMU car, when you turn too much, pushes it over the tyres easier, which is more interesting. It makes it more dynamic, I think, to drive. But then you'd have the force feedback with it. If you had the AC force feedback with that LMU car, it would be absolutely superb. Now I was just driving some rando LMP2 stuff in AC. Right, let's do like a Kunos car. So the one thing I find with AC is that it can feel like too smooth in some ways, if that makes sense. Like too predictable. Depends on the track though. When you're on a bumpy track, it's less the case. But on the smooth tracks. But why would you want ACC force feedback? Are you you're doing the worst game. The worst game. the worst game possible. Yeah. Can you imagine? ACC force feedback, AC Korea, R Factor 2 menus, race room pricing, iRacing netcode. Oh, what else can we have? I mean, DCS menus. DCS menus would be probably the worst. All right, let's drive this. Let's give this one a go. I think iRacing's pricing's fine. I think it's just been miserable. Combined with race room price. At least you can buy race room for like £60, which isn't too bad for all the content. The problem with race room is it's just confusing. It's not that it's even a bad price. This car has really bad understeer. Oh, AI! Kunos AI! Oh, we recovered it. Damn you, Kunos AI! He murdered me! Oh my god, that corner. What is it with that corner? It's like a... computer says no corner. Yeah, I think so. It doesn't do it in race room on that corner, does it? Like, it's not every sim. That was like historically GTR Evolution, it used to do it. so many sims that corner just wrecks you, even when you're not really pushing the vehicle, and you don't get any force feedback for it in anything. maybe if I like absolutely turn the force feedback up to the max, maybe we get some warning. iRacing's not too bad on that corner actually. Like it's a tricky corner, but I don't think it auto bins you. If you're not over the limit, like obviously if you're over the limit you're screwed, but if you're like within the general envelope of the vehicle, I'm thinking on iRacing it's alright with most cars through there. Yeah, it's actually just a way to warm the tyres up before the straight. It's an advanced technique. A lot of people just don't understand my driving style, you know. What looks like a loss of control was actually intentional. My goodness, the understeer on this. What is this car meant to be? Like spec-wise, is it 90s? Is it a 90s? Basically a 90s LMP2. Or is it LMP1? But it's the same. Feels about the same speed as LMP2. I really like how they look. To me, this is like peak. Why did they start putting roofs on LMP cars? To 50 years. Is that how long it takes? But look, the lights have gone downhill. Like, look here, you've got fuel, neutral, alarm. What more do you want on a vehicle, really? Like the Maserati MC12, that's 90s. Is that? No, that was 2002, wasn't it? Oh, he broke too early, guys. That was the AI's fault. Maserati was around for a while. Didn't they then ban it? Because it was too good. Yeah, I think LMU looks better than AC. The LMU Spa, obviously, just have to preemptively catch there. The LMU Spa is newer, obviously, but just lighting, road texture. Yeah, but what you have to do is preemptively counter steer. Rote memorize it. So you do have to do some rote memory in AC. It's interesting. I feel like if LMU had that force feedback for braking and the mid corner force feedback, it would I would actually pick it over AC. Like the handling, the general dynamics of the LMU LMP2 car is it's more dynamic. Like the driver has more. Let's go back to LMU. The driver has more like stuff they can do with the vehicle, which for me, to me, that is always going to be more fun. We'll run a server in a minute, guys. Well, if anyone wants to join. Only like 2 people said they wanted to join though. Because unless I title the stream Assetto Corsa, people are like, oh, they're confused. Right, let's go back to the LMP2 here. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Woo. Hang on, what corner's this? Oh, it's at the top of the... No? What corner's that? At Spa. Hey? Is it because it's a really narrow field of view? At the top of the hill? Oh yeah, at the top of the... After the long straight, yeah. It's a really weird angle. I've never seen that corner from that angle. Yeah, that looks really weird. It looks like Monza or something. Yeah, like, look at the cockpit. So you can really appreciate the cockpit graphics in this. The details, the, like, texture and the you know... Why is my steering... I'm sure the like game settings are changing every time I restart the game. Hang on. This is like... There's some weird shit with the controls in this, because this is different every time I load it up. Let's put this back to the car setting. It didn't crash last time. Yeah, like the lateral grip loss through the corners is more. It's just more interesting than AC. But then the way this LMP2 car drives compared to the LMP2 mods in AC, the pokiness of it. Give it a go, try it. It's just the force feedback's not as good. Yeah, we need a good LMP2 car. Ah! Okay. Oh dear. Teleported to another car. What's that? I feel like if this car had, as I keep saying, if the force feedback conveyed the grip loss through the corners like AC, then this would be absolutely superb. It's not saving this. This setting's not saving. Maybe it thinks it's a different car. Put it on 80 because it was clipping. Yeah, I think it is Uhtred. The force feedback in this. So I don't think there's a way of getting it nothing you can do. No, like even that didn't really real feel for R Factor 1 didn't really that's a whole nother thing. The thing is, what you tend to do in this and R Factor 2 what you tend to do in R Factor 2 is induce that that slide, the sort of slide, like you induce like the initial oversteer four-wheel drift going into the corner and then drive through the car once you're in that slide because it's then stable. Do you know what I mean? Like, you sort of push it into a small slide. You don't roll it into the slide like iRacing, or just go through the corner like AC. You induce it into the slide, and then drive through the corner after popping it into the slide. I feel like that's probably the fastest way to drive this. Point 10. No, nobody wants to join the Votny because they think it's an LMU stream. Why is there damper built in? Where's that coming from? Yeah, three people. Yeah, they're all. It's all bots. It's all fake viewers. To restart the stream with AC as the game. That's how YouTube works. Yeah, we should do an air fryer live stream.
Lap 2, 15.48.
Kebab win. Problem is, it seems to be the way the force feedback loads up as you go faster and then decreases as you go slower. Is getting in the way of other stuff as well, so it's I don't know, there's something just a bit weird with this. I'll put my finger on it.
Lap 2, 9.52.
I don't know. I like how this looks. That is true, yeah. I mean, like, well, GT3 and... You drive this LMP2 car in anything, and it's not exactly the most dynamic vehicle to drive. And the modern GT3 cars, like, in fact, categorically, like an F2004, Maserati MC12, all like the 90s and 2000s, yeah, yeah, exactly. They are better, they are actually objectively better to drive. So it is weird, isn't it? Also, the amount that they would move around the track as well. It's like modern GT3, LMP2, LMP3. It's like they're trying to be Formula cars, but they can't be Formula cars because they're GT cars. So either you should actually have a Formula car, and it's like Formula cars is trying to be GT cars. Like modern F1 cars, like they seem to be more like prototypes in the way that they're so large and big, and you know, and they have that sort of flowing profile to how they're going to lap, rather than being a go-karty pokey profile due to them being too heavy. So they should, yeah, it's like endurance racing is trying to be too much like Formula, and Formula's trying to be too much like endurance, and they should go back, yeah. Oh well. Oh, I don't know with this. Like, there's some like things just feel a bit disconnected from the steering. They don't seem to line up properly in a weird way. I can't put my finger on it. Trying like rando settings just to see if we can hit some like lucky some lucky setting. Like, so with AC, for example, I could have like a car could have like not sensitive steering or overly sensitive steering, and you would just be like, okay, it doesn't feel out of sync. It's the same with iRacing actually as well. Like iRacing doesn't feel out of sync. Like it all lines up. It's just the tyre model's shit. But all the input and the steering. Yeah, ACC's a bit wonky like that. Yeah, at no point playing iRacing do I feel like the steering doesn't line up with what's going on. It's just that the tyres don't work, so. I'm not driving through a corner in iRacing feeling like, oh, this steering angle feels like it should be more or less. Like at any one point in time, I could be like, oh, I'd like it to be more sensitive, or I'd like it to be less sensitive, but it doesn't feel like this speed sensitive steering on or some weird thing. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's because I'm an idiot and I'm making it up, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't think people are critical in the same way. Generally speaking, they probably just go, "Oh, it feels slightly different," and they're not really thinking about what it could be. They're just like, "Oh, it just feels different." Whereas my process is, hang on a minute, something seems quite different here, and then it annoys me. I'm like, I need to know what it is. The developer did say that there's something they don't know. There is something with the force feedback potentially at the center. They don't know what it is. Could be like part of a new tire model thing. So there could be like something actually there. But yeah, maybe that is what it is. Well, the thing is, the tyre model's better than iRacing in that the cars are controllable over the limit. So yeah, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, it's like, well, and then the force feedback in Gran Turismo is so bad that anyone would be like, well, you know, the benchmark for force feedback, unless someone's played Assetto Corsa and set it up right, they don't have a bloody clue what they're talking about. So, like, if the benchmark for force feedback is Gran Turismo or ACC, this is the thing. I mean, like someone came in chat and they were like, "Oh, Game of Muscle, why can't you just drive it without saying?" It's like, well, it's a racing simulator. The point of a racing simulator is focusing on those small components because that's what you're focusing on when you're driving. So when you've got a new sim or you're like not in a current race racing someone, your whole process is why is what's happening and how can you then use that? Like that is the point of a simulator, right? So it's like that's the point of a video game. Like if you're playing Counter-Strike competitively, you go, right, oh, I wonder why the P90 works. Or does it work better if I move around like this? Does it work better in this cover? Do these spray patterns work? With the netcode changes, does it make more sense to use this gun or that gun? Or, you know, what distance do I need to shoot at, or how long should I shoot from these distances? Or that's if you're playing a game that's a competitive online game, surely those are the things that you focus on, right? I don't know why that hurts people's brains. Maybe my wheel's broken. I seemed alright in AC though. Although someone was saying that they were having a weird interaction with this and their software, so. But also, when you're playing a driving game, the first, or any sport, like if I buy new ice skates or I buy a new kayak or a mountain bike, the first thing that you do is you mess around with it until you feel like you're really totally in control of it and you know exactly what's going on and it all feels connected. That would be like the first thing that you do. Like if I bought a new pair of ice skates, I would be like, right, are they sharp enough and in what way are they sharp? Or if I buy new rollerblades, I'd be like, oh, how are the wheels, you know, the bearings and the rubber on the wheels and that, and do you know what I mean? It's not a weird concept, I don't think. It definitely feels more natural to drive than AMS2 though. Maybe that's what the problem is. It's hard to quantify, isn't it? But if you go with like a simulator, well, what's more natural? The problem is it's subjective, isn't it, as to what natural means. I would say AC1 it feels the most natural sim to drive. Like. But I mean, I don't know, maybe like it might. I totally agree with someone could say, well, that AC can seem the road and the dynamics are a bit simplistic, maybe. And I totally agree with that. But like, yeah, it could. Like, it could be faster, but it's natural. Like, it's not. Apart from the curbing. But then someone would just go, well, what you're then just saying is that it's whatever happen you find easiest to drive. Then you're saying that's natural. That would be the counter argument to that. Then again, I think Race Room is natural to drive. I think it's very slidey, and I definitely think it's a bit understeery. Like, you have to wait till you get the power, but I do think race room is, I would describe it as natural.
Lap 2, 10.24.
You know what? Maybe the TC on this car is actually getting in the way of force feedback as well. That can be a thing. Like, for whatever reason, in sims where they have like quite aggressive ABS and TC, that, well, because I guess you're getting less slip or less. The TC's intervening with the slip, which then intervenes with the force feedback signal to the wheel. Well, yeah, then you've got the weird issue that TC in a lot of sims is just cripples the car's performance, and you can simply not, simply be better on the throttle. He doesn't, the intervention levels even on the lower settings, it's too high, or it intervenes in a way that just slows you down rather than stopping you from spinning. See, with this, I think I am just driving from the visuals. I can't tell through the force feedback in this if what I did was faster or slower through a corner. May have missed the break point a little bit there.
Time 2:09.30.
What I'm really finding hard here is to link up that point between. So you go into a corner on braking, and the cars should be sort of just at the limit, neutrally understeering, and then you got that point where you then get on the throttle, and you transition from braking or just coasting oversteer to oversteer on the throttle, and you do that as smooth as possible because you're trying to maintain. It's probably like 5 or 6 degrees of slip, I don't know what it is, but there'll be like a small amount of slip that you're trying to always maintain, because that's the optimal slip angle for productive grip on the tyre. And I don't think you can feel where that point is, so I keep like either overshooting it or undershooting it. And I keep missing that corner. Also, this rotation when you've just locked up is a bit weird.
Time 2:12.09.
To be fair, Could be traction control that's intervening and then making it hard to tell where the crossover point is. It's, wow. Really do have to be careful with TC off. That's weird. It drives more like AC when you turn the TC off. Keep missing the break point for that. Well, how does TC work off throttle? Because the way the TC works seems to be affecting off throttle behaviour, but I thought TC worked by just cutting the throttle. Through here. Yeah, but how does off throttle TC work? Is it like affecting? Is it braking or is it dynamically changing diff on the fly or something? Like how do you control the rear? Oh, it's engine braking. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. This drives way easier with the traction control off. Like this sliding is more progressive rather than it being. Well, not on. Not when you're doing low speed powering out of a corner, but mid corner. And when you've already got a bit of speed and a bit of downforce. But then maybe that's chewing up the tyres. I don't know. What you really need is a track like Barcelona, so you can feel the uphill. Like the change in the force of that load. For staffing and also game console support. It's more so you can release on cross-platform. I don't think anyone's got R Factor 2 working on game consoles yet. Also, it's like CPU bound, isn't it? I think Spa's so much better with gravel. It looks so much nicer. Still got grass as well, but yeah, I think they put the track map there so that when someone says if you crash, oh, so it's to remember the corner number, maybe. You would have thought that a professional driver would have memorised all the corner numbers and everything. But then again, I've been sim racing for a billion years and I don't know all the corner numbers. Ah, Novotny, you need to get the Golf for Quest 3, you'll love it. Well, yeah, well, I mean, race drivers are, it's not footballers, isn't it? They normally spend all their time race driving. Still, yeah, there is just like a disconnection. Like I quite like how the car handles, but I don't feel fully connected to the vehicle. So I think it is like a force. There's something with the force feedback that's lacking, which then makes it more of a chore to like try and go faster. You know, when you're trying to like get the car position through the corner. I think that's the crux of what makes AC so entertaining, is that you always feel connected to the car. So you're always like, oh, I wonder like, well, what I did, and that seemed slow. It felt slower as well. So no, I need to try this other thing. And right, do I need to make a new title saying that we're playing AC? Is that what I need to do? Do I do a new YouTube stream? Saturday nights, everyone's confused. They're like, what's going on? Should we just like stop the stream? It was really weird. When we were doing LMU, we had like 150 people, 200 people on YouTube, and 150 people on Twitch, and then hardly any chat messages. It's like the most passive. Different games have different chat. I think I did, Joss. We tried. I don't know which ones we tried. Well, I need some potatoes. That's what I need. I need potato time. I might just have a break for a bit and we'll see how we feel, and maybe come back, and at that point then no, Jimmy was streaming before. I have a separate audience to him, so doesn't really. I'm sure some viewers, but didn't really affect things. We're all old gits here. It doesn't, as I say, it doesn't affect me. Oh yeah, it's 12 hours. As I said, it's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about viewers due to other streams. Like Matt Malone's playing 12 hours or whatever, and as I said, I have like old gits that just watch this channel. So, right. I'm gonna have some food. Might come back later. We'll see. Let's raid someone. Yeah, I'm quite lucky. We have like our own little niche audience. Right. Who's on? Paul Smith's on. Yes, I'm gonna send you to Paul Smith. Go and check him out, guys. Thanks for watching. Oh no, he's ending. Oh, he's ending. Oh, he's finishing his stream. We need to raid someone else. Is Matt Malone still on, or has he stopped? Oh, Matt Malone's up. Yeah, let's go. I'll send you to Matt Malone. Sexy Matt Malone. There you go. He's doing 12 hours. He's probably dying. He's got 2 hours left, I think. Oh, I don't know. Right, off to Matt Malone, guys. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. I'll see you soon. Alright, Bye, guys.